me a pen? Oh, got it?
It's right on you?
On the form. Yeah. I just do what Sharon says as quickly as possible.
That's a good idea.
Okay, and I guess they say you're supposed to sign over here. There you go.
This or
No, I should read that.
your name is Mitch what, sorry? McDonald.
I'll get you on headset now.
Okay. Down there. Hi. Can you hear me? I am. I am so. Yeah, I'll give you lots of talk. Doing up the lineup here. A little bit of sheets action. Oh, broadcast. I'm Bob Euchre. Hello and welcome. Just a bit outside. Is that what you're looking for?
Aye. Yeah.
Good. Oh, and look who decided to show up. Neil's here. Look at this.
Now the ratings are going up.
Oh, yes.
Hey, hello, welcome to Curry Field, July 3rd. July 3rd, isn't it?
No, it's the third. It's the third.
Okay, July 3rd. On-field temperature is 37 degrees Celsius, which translates to 98 degrees Fahrenheit. And now, we got time for my golf talk. We'll talk about my drive, pitching drive.
You gotta go down to the shed. Just have doing the broadcast.
Huh?
Just tell me you're doing the broadcast.
Yeah, you guys got stats on all of it?
Oh, I can hear you on my phone. I can. Neil's busy talking. What else? What else is here?
What else is it?
I guess. Sure. We will allow that. Sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, let's see if I can. 37 degrees. There we go. Look at this. Look at this. We're quiet. Now we're talking. Let's get that chair, Mitch.
It's stolen.
You weasel.
So what happens when you show up on time?
Some data, I could just go like this.
I'll try to do the pitch man today. We normally don't do it.
That's it. Great night.
Lay it on me.
Oh, there you go. Look at that.
Nice, isn't it?
You know what?
Yeah. And you're still doing this.
Yeah, this is really bad.
But really in this situation, then socks, and a loose jaw,
And
and
a cactus rat.
I like this or split. Yeah, East and West. It'd be nice if we just talk about East story and then show the West. That's okay. So maybe we start with the East and then we look at the overall East. You know, step by step. Yeah. Oh, take your time. We got time. Loads of time. Perfect night. I like East, then West, and then the whole thing. Yeah. And even if there's not time, go away and then come back. Okay. That'll work. Should. We got Hungerford on the dome.
Hey, Mitch. Had a good chat with Mike.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Michael? Not Mike. Michael.
I call him Michael, yeah.
Don't you ever call him Mike.
Dusty's down there too.
Huh?
Dusty's down there too.
Yeah, Dustin's the pitching coach.
I think he's like a special advisor. He might be listed as a pitching coach, but I think he's more like a special advisor.
Advisor, yeah.
So are you Tyler? You Tyler? No. Oh, okay. I just looked up number 24 and you're wearing green.
Oh, how about that?
Dara.
Who?
Dara.
Dara?
Yes.
Dara.
Darwa. No, Dara, like D-A-R-A.
Dara.
Dara. Yeah. What's your last name?
It's OSOKLYA. I'm not a player.
Oh, you're just hanging out.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm just volunteering.
how do you say your last name?
That's all I am.
Oh, something.
yeah.
Something up.
I was just gonna say they
Oh,
make
I
you
gotta
sit
start
with us
this.
because the short end of the stick.
That's an awesome name. You sound like a shortstop.
This,
Yeah, this is that was
I
volunteer.
think this school name.
Good one, good. That's why I scooped this one. Look at the scoreboard guy didn't even get
Oh, here we go. There we go. There we go. Yes, I think this was an issue.
Name this band. Is that Hicksy there?
Who?
Brian Hicks? Is that Warren doing the arts?
I don't think so.
Hey Hicks.
Kind of looks like him.
Yeah, it is right
Oh
there.
yeah, it is.
What's going on? They let you in? You know, I said if you ever see Hicksy, let him in for free. It's on the Red Sox. I meant to say
How you
it.
doing?
I meant to say it. Nice seeing you. It's going good.
I went to Sheldon down University.
Oh yeah. You what?
No, CMU.
Oh, in Toronto. Yeah. How do you like that?
It's going well. I'm doing sports media.
Oh yeah. Excellent. So this ties in perfectly for your degree. Freshman, sophomore.
I'm going to my third year sophomore year.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I was gonna say, what grade are you? This is pretty young. I gotta wear a bandana like that.
Sorry, what's that?
I gotta wear a bandana like that. Give it that cool vibe. Maybe we should get some news before this.
Yeah. Hey, you know what?
We done it before.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Protected shirt.
Well, I just want to mention really fast here, the Regina Plumbing and Heating Impact Player of the Game from the last home game here at Curry Field against the Saskatchewan Berries on Canada Day. That would be, ladies and gentlemen, number 55, Colton Anderson, pitching 7 innings with 6 strikeouts. Let's give it up for Colton. All right, now we need to bring out one of our other favorite players off the field from Fox Valley, Saskatchewan. He doesn't say a whole lot, but he brings the fun, he brings the energy to Curry Field. This is the one, the only Slider. Are you ready, Red Sox fans? Let me hear you.
Red Barber here in the Catbird Seat. Canicorn. That's Jackie Robinson. He had the true record until Jared Judge. Do you think he's guilty? I think you're guilty.
It's a rivalry that has gone far beyond baseball into hockey and many more. The Trans-Canada Clash, the Battle of Highway 1. It's Regina and Moose Jaw on the WCBL on Flow Sports College. Hello, everyone. Elliot Wagner and Mitch McDonald here from Curry Field, home of the Regina Red Sox, visiting in Moose Jaw Miller Express. The first time the Millers have come to Regina, and only the second time these two bitter rivals have faced one another. It's going to be a very interesting night. Both teams on seemingly different trajectories, but in very similar situations standing-wise. Mitch, what are you looking to see out of this game today?
Yeah, these teams are in the third and fourth spots in the division, trying to build a little bit more separation from each other. If you're Regina, and if you're Moose Jaw, you're trying to gain some ground and put yourself in a little bit of a better spot standings-wise.
Regina currently sitting at third place. Moose Jaw sitting at fourth. As we get ready for opening pitch here, let's take a look at the Moose Jaw Miller Express starting lineup. Leading things off and currently taking the batter's box, it is the shortstop Thomas Soto. Then it'll be William Edwards, followed by Austin Gurney and Eduardo Sainz. Then it's Jackson Yeager, Turner de Grazia, Gustavo Soto, Andrew Navas, and Ben Wazek. First pitch from Holden Hungerford, the Regina starter, is a little bit outside. First pitch, 7:01 local time in Regina, Saskatchewan. Lefty on righty. Soto hits this one into shallow center, coming in for it. And a sliding grab from Montz is not caught. He uses the ground to make the grab. So Soto gets first base.
Yeah, just by a hair there. Great effort by Montz. Soto's kind of a veteran of this league, and he's been doing it for a while.
So with the runner on first, it'll be Williams Edwards coming in. The righty from New South Wales, Australia, and a junior at University of Sioux Falls. This one's going to be hit foul to bring the count 0-2. So Hungerford on the year. This is a sixth start for the lefty from Downey, California. He's got a 2-2 record, a .350 earned run average. And in his last appearance, in a 6-5 win against Medicine Hat, he started the game going 3 2/3, allowing 2 earned runs, 4 total runs, on 7 hits, a walk, and a strikeout. This one's hit into right, and that's going to bring Edwards to first and Soto to second. And now there's 2 on.
And so, while Hungerford is on his game, you're going to see a lot of early contact. He's going to try and pitch to his defense. He's not, what I'll say, going to be a guy who's going to collect 10, 11, 12 strikeouts, but he's going to give you 5, 6 really good innings and have your defense heavily involved in the game as well. Which kind of keeps the flow of thing if you're a defender. You really appreciate that.
So Moose Jaw coming on Holden Hungerford here pretty early. First pitch into Austin Gurney is inside for ball 1. Gurney, the lefty from Campbell River, BC, and a senior at Pikeville.
Speaking of veterans of this league, Gurney is one of them. I believe this is his 3rd season in the WCBL.
Gurney hits this one into right, and it is going back, and say goodbye. A 3-run shot for Austin Gurney. And without an out recorded, Moose Jaw have taken a 3-0 lead here in Regina.
Tale of 2 cities here. If you're Moose Jaw, you love the start. And if you're Regina, you need to find a way to keep it at 3.
Austin Gurney has been a power hitter for Moose Jaw this season. Just his first home run of the year, though, and RBI number 34, 35, and 36 will come across.
And honestly, because he's kind of one of the rare guys who played 3 seasons in this league, and he's been a good hitter in all 3, he might find himself in kind of one of those all-time record RBIs situations.
Throwing this is low to Eduardo Sanez, the third baseman.
Eduardo Sands. Hungerford with the 1-1.
Lefty and righty, 1-1.
Oh, did he go?
He'll check the swing, and he did go around, says first base umpire Huck Craig. Our umpires tonight, Huck Craig at first, Jordy Dwyer behind the plate, and Elmer Jerkovitz at third.
He always gets to pitch in prime time, Leo.
Hungerford looking to bounce back here and get his first out of the game. One hopper over to Fox, but it goes through his glove and into left. So Sainz will get first base, and the early onslaught here for the Millers continues.
And another hard hit ball as well. Moose isn't wasting any time. Their hitters came prepared and ready.
You wonder if they're maybe a little bit rattled because of what just happened.
So Hungerford, a guy who has been rather efficient this season when the Red Sox have called upon him, has given up 3 runs here in this first inning and allowed all 4 men he has faced to reach. Now it's Jackson Yeager, the first baseman. And that misses in once again. And Hungerford now feels like he's taking a little bit more time to get into this game.
Yeah, and it's something now where you're going to need to find a way to collect an out.
Here's one popped up. Looks like it's still playable in the infield. Now it'll drift to foul territory. First baseman Seward will call for it and make the grab for out number 1.
And that's what the doctor ordered if you're Hungerford.
Looks like he'll need some help from his defense for at least the first part of this game to get out of this rattling jam.
And a storyline that you can kind of start looking into now will be pitch count.
Tanner DeGrazia now up.
It's the Red Sox in third, the Millers in fourth, which could be pretty important.
As the longer this inning goes on, the more of an issue that'll be in the long term. And that kind of changes the effects that it can have on a rotation and a bullpen. Is now instead of maybe 5 or 6, you're looking at 4.
Up to 16 pitches with only 1 out recorded across 6 batters. DeGrazia is the 6th. DeGrazia is the left fielder today. So runner on first, lefty on righty. The 1-1. In for a strike. Red Sox at double play depth. This one's in the dirt and blocked by the catcher Brady By. It's even the count of 2.
So see if that's a setup pitch here. Try and freeze him inside late. Or if the idea is to try and force a backdoor slider, get rollover contact.
Slider just misses away to fill the count. Here's one popped up into shallow center. Fox will drop back for it into the outfield and make the grab for out number 2. Looked like Mons was going to come in for it, the center fielder, but Fox will claim it himself. So now it is the 7-hitter, Gustavo Soto, the catcher. Here's one hit into center. This time Mons is under it, and that'll do it. The highlight of the inning, Austin Gurney, a 3-run home run over the right field wall to put Moose Jaw ahead of their interprovincial rivals 3-0. You're watching the WCBL on FloCollege. Red Sox coming to bat. Red Sox coming up to bat, and they're already working from behind here against the Moose Jaw Miller Express at home. The score is 3-0 in favor of the Millers. A 3-run home run from Austin Gurney, his first of the year, but the RBI machine will keep on chugging. So for Regina, they'll bring the following lineup to the dish. They'll lead things up with the newcomer Jacob Steele, the second baseman. Then it's the DH Raphael Jackson. Then it's Jackson Searig. Jalen Seward in the cleanup spot. Riley Bender, the third baseman, will bat next. Then it's Brady Pye, Jordan Tucker, and Ian Mons with the round-out lineup by Matthew Fox. On the mound for the Miller Express, it's the WCBL debut for Aiden Sheets, the right-hander from Vernal, Utah, and a sophomore at Centralia College. So the young man being thrown into the fire, to use that metaphor, in his collegiate career this past year. He has 11 appearances, 1 start, a 101 record with 2 saves, a 228 earned run, a 114 whip, and a strikeout total of 25. In his
We'll
time.
see if length of kind of duration of the start will be something that Moose is going to try and ease him into, or if they're looking at more of kind of like an opener role, kind of start him for 2 or 3 and then turn things over to kind of a long relief guy.
So we get our first look tonight of the pitcher, Aiden Sheets,
First pitch misses for a ball to Jacob Steele.
190 pounds, right-handed pitcher.
Well, misses away again.
Pitching to Jacob Steele.
Well, the longest that Sheets has gone last season was 4 1/3. That was on March 2nd in a 4-3 win against Treasure Valley. But looking at his season logs, a lot of 1 innings, 2 innings, a couple of 3 as well. That one hits for a strike on the outer part to make it 3-1 to Steele.
No, just the way he called. I don't care about the call. Jordy Dwyer just. There you go.
And a 5-pitch leadoff walk for the second baseman.
Jacob Steele draws a 5-pitch walk. And that'll bring up Raphael Jackson. And number 2 hitter.
So here comes the usual outfielder now playing DH tonight. It's Raphael Jackson. It'll be righty on lefty between Sheets and Jackson with a runner on first. First pitch hits on the outer part to Jackson for a strike. So if you're Sheets, your first start, kind of later in the season, actually quite late, almost to the mid-season mark, what are you kind of looking for in this game to kind of leave your mark on a new team?
Well, the biggest thing is you want to attack the zone, right? I kind of talked the previous inning about when Hungerford's at his best, he's pitching to contact and utilizing his defense. There's nothing worse as a defender just kind of watching a guy miss all around the zone and kind of leave you standing out there, especially in the heat today. So you'd like to see him, if you're Moose Jaw's coaching staff, attack the zone, mix pitches, and be able to use both sides of the plate.
2-1 to Jackson, a great breaking ball that does just what you said, hits the zone. Runner going, check swing, they'll say throws not in time, and they'll say he went around. So Jackson goes down on strikes. But Steele gets second base, so win-lose for both sides. So they call that strikeout on the swing to put the runner at second for Jackson Searing, who in his 17 games has been on quite the tear. First pitch misses away. Searing batting .375 on the year. So a little bit higher and a little bit inflated with that low amount of games, but still pretty impressive when you see the 18 hits. Missing away once again as Sheets tries to hit that outer part. 4 extra base hits, 2 home runs. That is good for a second place tie on the team. as well as 12 RBIs. He's walked 15 times, struck out 10, and stolen 14 bases. So always a threat when he gets on the base paths, as that one misses again away. As Sheets showing a little bit of respect here to Searing.
Yeah, the biggest thing with Jackson, too, is he has such a good feel for the strike zone. He's never really out of an at-bat, and he is perfectly okay with taking that, whereas you'll have some hitters that get overly anxious, get themselves out a fair amount. It's not really the case with Jackson Searing.
And that patient rewards himself as he earns himself first base for the cleanup man, Jalen Seward, in the first baseman this evening. So it'll be righty on righty.
At this point in summer, midsummer.
Musha infield at double play depth. The third baseman, Sains, a little midway through the infield grass, as this one goes right into the back of Seward. And Seward will get first the hard way. Oh, and really looked like it just kind of got away from Sheets.
Yeah. Oh, slider. He just doesn't have a great feel right now. All three runners on base right now are unforced. None of them gotten a base hit. They're all 5-pitch walks or a hit by pitch. So the one thing you kind of take note from that too is it's all righty-righty matchups, and the only hitter he's able to get out was a left-handed hitter. So I don't know if it's something mechanically or he's leaving everything arm side. And then because he knows he's leaving things arm side, he's trying to overcorrect and he's pulling pitches across his body, missing out.
He did miss 4 straight pitches to Searing away.
Not when Dustin was there.
So after Dustin Mulligan, the pitching coach for the Miller Express, comes out to give his starter a bit of a pep talk, that'll make way for Riley Bender in a big spot, bases loaded. And missing again away to the right-hander Sheets. Perhaps we're seeing more of that overcorrection, but this is a very big spot for Bender. Chance to erase a pretty catastrophic first inning. Sheets misses low, 6 straight ball.
It's like the Winnipeg Bulldogs.
And the biggest thing is he's not missing by a bit.
Bender hits this one foul.
He's having a hard time locating on the left side of that plate.
And these people in the back row start cowering.
Sheets standing at 6-1, so certainly throwing down to the zone. As Bender swings that one, gets a piece of it, goes back to the glove for strike 2.
Ready by in the on deck circle.
So Steele's at third, Searing's at second, Seward is at first. The pitch. Bender hits it on the ground over to short. Soto turns to second for 1, over to first, in time for the double play. And the Red Sox, with the bases loaded, are unable to capitalize after 1 whole inning. The score remains 3-0 in favor of the Miller Express.
Heartbreak in the Queen City, but we're only through 1 inning. We'll see if they can fight back in the second next on Access Network. Surrendering that 3-run bomb. Really, he surrendered hits back to back to start the ball game, but then settled in very nicely to finish out the first inning, hoping that this next inning starts the way the last one ended. And right now, the Red Sox would dearly love to fight their way back and pull out a victory tonight on Thursday to add a little more cushion between
So the Red Sox spoil a chance to get back in this game early after a 3-run first inning. They leave the bases loaded and ground out into a double play. So Holden Hungerford will get a chance to redeem himself. He'll face off against the 8-9 and then back to the top of the order for the Miller Express with Andrew Nievas coming up. Then it'll be Ben Walazek and Thomas Soto all coming up. Let's take a look at the Regina defensive lineup. Starting in the outfield, it's just Jordan Tucker in left. It is Ian Montz in center, Jackson Searing in right, Riley Bender at third, Matthew Fox at short, Jacob Steele at second, Jalen Seward will guard the first base bag, and behind the plate for Holden Hungerford, it's the Regina kid Brady By, or excuse me, the White City kid Brady By. First pitch to Nievas, the designated hitter, hits for a strike on the lower part.
And credit where credit's due with Sheets. You know, he finds a way to make one pitch, get himself out of a jam. That's kind of the beautiful part of baseball.
It feels really good when you're pitching. You can rely on your defense. Holden Hungerford looking to do the exact same. It did put down 3 in a row after allowing the first 4 batters to reach, all of which put down by his infielders, or excuse me, by his defenders. 1-2 miss, or the 0-2 misses high, bringing the count 1-2. Nievas registered as a catcher from Oregon, Wisconsin. Sophomore at Bismarck State. It's in the dirt, even at 2.
Get Dante to do more games. Get him in the Cardinals. Stop all this like coaching and getting back to the community crap. He needs to be doing Red Sox baseball.
Infield, outfield, normal depth, no shift. 2-2. Popped up and it'll curl foul. And the count stays 2-2. Lefty and righty, here's the pitch. Just misses a little bit high. Good eye there from Nievas to hold up. And was a appealing offering to fill the count.
Yeah, good spot if you're Hungerford. You want to kind of prove that you can continue to hit that spot in that situation again, and maybe the umpire gives it to you the next time.
Quickly working is Hungerford, but this one's fouled off on a pitch in the zone. Yeah, good job from Nievas to work the walk from an 0-2 count, and he earns first.
Well, that's actually the first walk issued by Holden Hungerford.
Now it's Ben Walazek.
You never want to do that to the number 8 hitter either, I don't think. I know it's a little different in this league, and you have DHs batting.
First pitch in for a strike. Walazek asking a bit of questions about that zone. Walzak from Wichita, Kansas, and a junior at Indiana State. Looking for the long look at first. In for strike 2.
But most nights you need to get that's what you need to get. It's pretty reliable.
This one's hit past the third baseman Bender. And on an 0-2 count, Walazek will get himself a single. Nievas goes to second, and there are 2 on with none out once again.
Yeah, that's the kind of classic coach's headache, an 0-2 base hit. Just kind of one of those situations where 0-2 you want to either extend the plate, move a hitter's feet, change his eye level. You want to kind of do something to set him up for the next 2 pitches that are giving you an idea. You can kind of see Brady By and Coach Stephen Butts talking about that pitch there. Obviously, nobody is trying to give up 0-2 base hits. So you're trying to figure out what happened on that pitch selection or spot.
Goes up an 0-2 base hit, and from an 0-2 count walks Niavas to second now. And the rough start for Hungerford continues.
Yeah, certainly not ideal. But if you're Hungerford, you just watch Sheets on the other end get himself out of a jam, so you think to yourself, you can definitely do that as well.
And I know it's early, but these two teams performing very differently than they have been coming into this game. Regina sweeping a 2-game doubleheader in Swift Current last night. Meanwhile, Moose Jaw, they're on a 2-game skid and only have won 2 of their last 8. And just 2 of their last 5. Bunt shown and laid down by Thomas Soto. They'll throw to third and miss it. Niavas will round third on the missed throw. Taking a long turn around third is Wallazek. He'll come into home and slide in with no play. On the bunt, it's a 2 RBI single to put Soto at second.
Certainly not ideal if you're a Red Sox fan there. Obviously, it's a good bunt. And, you know, it's a difficult play, third base side, between the pitcher and the third baseman. They need to kind of make a read. They need to make it early and decide which direction they're going to go with the ball. This is all going to come down to what the coaching staff wants too, so we don't really know what happened in that meeting there at the mound. If they decided to hold at third and try and get the lead runner. But certainly they didn't want that to happen.
I think the right play would have been throw to first.
It's kind of tough, right? Like, everything happens in an instant. The bunt had kind of walked him to third base, so it would have been difficult to throw Soto out at first by picking up the ball, you know, turning around. He wasn't able to cut off the baseball's momentum. It just kind of walked him all the way to third. It probably was his only option. Obviously just probably needs to make a better throw. And, you know, if the guy's safe at third, sometimes the other guy gets paid too, and it's just a good bunt.
Runner going down to third. Throw down for Bai is in time. Brady Bai catches Thomas Soto trying to nab third base. So the man who gets on with a 2 RBI base hit on the infield, on a bunt, will get caught stealing for out number 1.
So we talked earlier about the 0-2 base hit being kind of a coach's nightmare kind of thing. Making the first out at third is also one of those things that you don't really like to see as a coach either.
Ball popped up into shallow center. Into shallow left. Not far enough for Fox, but he makes a grab.
I'll never forget, we were here, they were playing, I think it was Medicine Hat now. There was this amazing bang-bang play at the plate. Home plate collision and everything. And we blew, Elmer called him, I don't know what he called him, but we blew it up.
Coming up, it's Austin Gurney, and I don't think I need to remind you his last time up, a 3-run home run right over right field, and got what is slowly becoming a rout kicked off. First pitch inside to Gurney, lefty on lefty. You can't imagine Hungerford's giving him anything too juicy over the plate.
No, like this would be an instance where you're going slider away, and maybe late you come in trying to freeze him, but you don't really want him leaning out over the plate and yanking something again.
Well, so far, 2 straight balls on the inside. And Gurney gets a load of this one into right. Trailing fair, and there it goes. Austin Gurney double dips. He got one in the first and gets another here. It's a solo shot. And the Miller Express are running away with this one right down the highway.
Yeah, so kind of exactly what we just talked about. Leaving a pitch out over the plate, and when it's a lefty-lefty matchup and it's the slider left out over the plate, it's really easy for that to just kind of roll right into a left-hand hitter's swing.
Austin Gurney has just taken over this game, and Holder Hungerford is just getting hit around. There is a right-hander getting loose in the Red Sox pen now. And you can hear the enthusiasm from a struggling Miller Express team in their dugout.
Yeah, it's not too often you see a guy go 2 for 2 in his first 2 ABs in 2 innings, and both of them are jacks. He's having himself a day.
Eduardo Sanez reached on an error his last time up. Count now 1-1. So what's the plan here for Hungerford? It's 2 out in this inning. Do you try to let him go? If this man reaches, do you let him go the rest of the inning? Do you give him the third? What's the plan here?
Well, ideally he gets out of this inning, and so you can at least say to yourself, as a coach, I just have to find a way to get 7 more innings on my pen.
And this is in on Sanez. Second hit batter of this game. And just as we were saying, we hope he gets this man out. He reaches in a pretty bad way.
Yeah, because the biggest thing that can happen down the line is it's not necessarily just this game that you feel the effects of it, but you know, it has the ability to kind of really put a lot of stress on your bullpen if they have to manage 7 1/3.
Jackson Yeager popped up his last time up. Curveball there, swung and a missed. So Hungerford started off the year 2-0. Some pretty impressive wins from the Red Sox starter. However, he has lost his last 2. His last 2 starts, I should say. That being against Swift Current and Energy City. 9-4 and 6-4 on June 11th and 20th. The last game was a win, but he wasn't credited with any decision. Still looking for that third out here in the top of the second and hand things right back over to his offense. 2-2.
Yeah, and this is not kind of indicative of what Hungerford can do on the mound for a team. You know, we saw last year where every start he was going 5 or 6 and giving you a chance to win in every game, kind of thing.
He's gone. As this one's hit back foul, he's gone 6 innings in both of his wins, 5 innings in both of his losses. And his last game, he went 3 2/3. But he hasn't allowed any more than 3 earned runs. Last time he allowed 6 runs was against Energy City, but 3 of those were unearned. Here, all of these are earned, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me, 5 would be. 1 would be unearned. There's a swing and a miss to end the inning. Second strikeout for Hungerford, but second home run for Austin Gurney. He has taken this game and ran away with it right down Highway 1. The Miller Express lead here 6-0.
Of course, we are over at the Regina Plumbing and Heating Party Deck. This is the group from Uniform 594. Come on!
I feel like a pitcher, you know, like it's a grind in this.
I'm here with Chris, and I want to know first and foremost, what do you think of this deck, Chris?
Oh, it's great. Great way to spend the summer night, cheering on the Red Sox.
And you know what, it doesn't hurt that we have a little bit of a breeze up here now. She was smoking hot earlier tonight. Okay, I also want to know what your prediction for the final score is going to be tonight. I know it's 6.
Oh, we talked about it all night. This is a big game for both of these teams over in the East Division standings. You can see the Sox are 2 games up on the Miller Express, and they're 6th and 7th, so right in the middle of the league standings is really how they measure up and how they measure up in the East Division. Pretty good parity right across the league, despite the fact. I was just going to mention Elder Phillips and Lethbridge up 2 not 3, but there you see it. Some years you see it stacked for one division or the other, not this year. And just a 2-game cushion that the Red Sox have on these Mr. Miller Express, and we're barely halfway through the season, so still lots of ball left to play. The Sox.
Regina looking to just stop the bleeding. They brought 5 batters up in the top of the first, but Moose Jaw have put 6 runs past starter Holden Hungerford. And Brady Bye will come up looking to gets something on the board for Regina.
Yeah, so if you're Regina, it's critical to at least have an extended inning here. You may not necessarily have to score, but you at least need to extend the inning here. Give your defense and staff some time to breathe. And if you're Moose Jaw, you just want to completely stamp out any kind of pushback from Regina. If you're Moose Jaw, you want to go 1, 2, 3 and eliminate any kind of reverse momentum.
Bai hits this one into right for a single on just a few pitches. Defensive alignment for the Miller Express. DeGarzia is in left, Edwards is in center, Gurney's in right. Sains is at short, or excuse me, is at third. Soto's at short. Willzek's at second, Yeager's at first. Soto is behind the plate for Aiden Sheets. I should say Gustavo Soto is behind the plate. Thomas Soto is at short. This is inside on Tucker, and that'll get him first base. So 3 hit batters, and we're not even through 2 innings. So Ian Mons will come up, and it feels like base runners aplenty here today. Swing and a miss on a beautiful breaking ball for strike 1. Mons playing center field today.
I would not hesitate to label this a critical moment of the game for both clubs.
Mons still looking for his first base hit as a Red Sox. Played his first game on the 30th of June. He has 1 run and 3 walks on the year. 0-2. Hit on the ground over to second. And it's through the second baseman, Willzek. The throw over, there will be no throw. And the bases are loaded. Mons will get first base, and barring the decision, that is his first base hit of the year, depending on what it's ruled. That's the 9-hitter Matthew Fox. And I'll hold back on my excitement. That last play was marked an error, so Mons still waiting for his first base hit.
The Red Sox kind of a beneficiary there of tough hop there to the second baseman for Moose Jaw. You take those gifts when they come.
It's down and away. Fox batting .287 in 25 games on the year. But for the second time today for the Red Sox, the bases are loaded. As this one, the farthest thing from a pitching duel. That one misses again away.
Certainly not a pitching purist's dream.
3-0 now. Bai at third, Tucker's at second, Ian Mons at first, and that 4-pitch walk will bring Brady Bai around, and that'll break the goose egg for the Red Sox. We got a quick mound visit here from the Millers right before we go back to the top of the order. So let's take a look at the last couple of games for these two teams. For Miller Express, their last 5 looks like this. They had a 3-0 win against Fort McMurray in Fort McMurray. Then they lost the Giants 5-6 the next night. They defeated the Energy City Cactus Rats 4-1. Then lost 2-13 against Swift Current, and then lost to Saskatoon 7-8. As for Regina, they have a 7-9 loss against Medicine Hat, 10-12 loss in Saskatoon, a 5-3 loss here at Curry against the Berries, and then They swept the doubleheader 9-0 and 6-1 in Swift Current last night. Looking to get some kind of offensive success going with the bats. Jacob Steele will come up.
And really represented the Sox' best chance to get on the board when they ended up stranding the runners. And they stranded bases loaded.
First pitch to Steele is away.
Still in that line, this is outside.
And once again, we're seeing the
Got some movement over
struggle,
the sidearm.
I should say, to right-handers in hitting the outer part of that zone.
Yeah, Sheets is laboring here. Kind of a few back stretches and quick arm circles kind of suggest that something isn't quite right.
These Arizona guys just love our summers.
Sheets hits that one right down the pipe, a little bit inside to the inner part, but either way, it's a strike.
They love coming up here.
These are always strange situations to hit in because as a hitter, you're essentially taking it until he throws a strike because he hasn't really shown that he has the ability to pinpoint spots. And then so as a hitter, oftentimes you'll end up taking the best pitch you get in and at bat just simply because the situation dictates it.
This one gets away. Here comes Tucker, and he'll score. Both underwriters advance, and now it's 6-2 for the Millers.
Mont moves over to third. Fox is now at second. And Jacob Steele has a couple men in scoring position and a 3-1 count. Still nobody out. We're the Sox second.
So still none out here for Steele. And now we're going to get two coaches. Looks like the pitching coach and the head coach.
And this looks like it's going to be injury related.
They are home plate umpire Jordy Dwyer pointing to his arm, and that does indicate some kind of injury. So first appearance for Sheets is going to be cut short prematurely. An emergency call to the pen for the Miller Express, still leading this one 6-2, but two in scoring position with none out. We'll be back at the bottom of the second after this from Curry.
Let the new pitcher come in. So that'll be it for Aiden Sheets, who will lead this game with either a win. No, he won't get it. He hasn't pitched in a He will get a no decision. Listen, you watch a lot more baseball than I do. I'm chasing around like little children. I'll have to interview them so they can feed themselves. And then I once a year is still pretty good. I'd call that. So a once in a year opportunity to see a pitching change in the middle of the at-bat to Jacobs.
So it looks like an apparent injury to Aiden Sheets will end his WCBL debut. And in his wake will come Christian Garcia. Garcia, the righty from Chandler, Arizona, and a sophomore at the College of the Desert. A 1-0 record for Garcia across 10 appearances, no starts. He's got 2 saves, 17 innings pitched, 15 Ks, 5 walks, and 16 hits, so some pretty decent command from the kid. His last time pitching was on the 2nd of July, or excuse me, yesterday against Saskatoon, a 7-8 loss, where he went 1 1/3, allowing a hit, striking out 1, and facing 6 batters. Bit of a submarine sort of style from the righty. Imagine it's a change so quick, only getting ready for the second time through the Red Sox order. Is that going to have any effect on the Regina batters, do you think?
Well, it certainly affects Steele in this first one here, just because it is a drastically different arm action than what he just saw from Sheets. And because he's mid at bat, that change can be quick and sudden. It may take hitters a few pitches, maybe an entire at bat, but eventually you get used to picking up where the new window is for new arm slots. But this is certainly a unique situation for Steele. Not too often you see a mid-AB pitching change and the arm action is that different.
You mentioned it being mid-count. Count 3-1 to Steele. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. 3-1 the count. Righty on righty. See the first pitch out of the side armor. Garcia sets. That's in for a strike. A little bit on the outer part.
What's he touching on the gun there? So now a full count. Maybe some method to the
Full count.
changing pitchers.
Pitch from Garcia is lifted into center. Going back for it is Edwards. Makes the catch. Runner tagging from third. It's Mons who will score his 2nd run of the year. And the 3rd run of the game for the Sox. They cut the Moose Jaw lead in half. Fox stays put at 2nd, and that'll bring up Raphael Jackson. So a good response here from Regina, you'd say, in this inning.
Yeah, it's definitely what you needed if you're the Regina Red Sox. A little bit of pushback. You've managed to cut the lead in half. And you still have a guy in scoring position, so you can turn this into a 2-run ball game pretty fast.
1 out for Jackson, who fouls that one straight back. Jackson struck out his last time up on the season, batting .321 in 27 games. 3 homers, that is good enough for the lead of the team. 18 RBIs, 13 walks, and 8 stolen bases. Here's another one hit into left center. Edwards and DeGrazia going back, and it is off the wall and over. A ground rule double will bring a run around, and it is 6-4.
Yeah, good piece of hitting there from Jackson. The biggest thing with a righty-lefty matchup as a hitter is, the submarine guy is going to kind of come across his body, come into you. So if you're looking for something kind of out in the outer third, it's going to kind of leak back out over the middle of the plate.
So the Miller Express looked like they were going to run away with this one. And within an inning, Regina have pulled it right back. 4 runs here in the bottom of the 2nd. Still only 1 out. Jackson at 2nd, and this one's off Searing. And that'll put him at first base. So another hit batter in this game. I'm questioning if we're going to see warnings come up here in a second.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, a couple of these guys have been hit by like sliders. So I'm not going to say they don't hurt, but they're kind of more of an annoyance than anything else. And nothing deliberate. Like if you're actually going to throw at somebody, it's not going to be with the slider.
Sox trailing 6-4.
Up the middle for Seward, and the fielder falls down. Jackson will come around, and he will score. Searing the 2nd, and RBI base hit for Seward, And it is a one-run ball game.
College coaches will love that. Seeing that singles up the middle, you watch this.
How about this response?
Yeah, you have to love it. I mean, Musha's also kind of in the same situation now that Regina is in terms of being forced to stress their bullpen to get through this game. You know, you think to yourself, you're up 6-0 after 1.5 innings, and your starter just being able to throw a ground ball double play to get himself out of a jam in the first inning. You think to yourself, maybe we can kind of cruise through the middle part of this game, and it's obviously not the case. And so now it's essentially a brand new ball game.
We have gone almost an hour here, and we're not even through 2 innings. But we've seen 11 total runs in this ball game. Red Sox still threatening. Runner's not going. Bender pops this one up into shallow left center. The shortstop Soto will make the catch in shallow left for out number 2. And we've gone all the way through the lineup here in the second. First pitch strike to By. He hit and scored his last time up. On the year, batting .304 in 18 ball games, 2 homers, 15 RBIs, and 3 extra base hits, including a triple. Here's one hit into center. Searing will look to come around, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Seward goes into third, and Searing comes in to score. Brady By has just tied this ball game at 6.
I hope they paid the electrical bill because I think we're going to need the lights tonight.
So 12 runs later, we're back where we started. Red Sox at Miller Express all knotted up. Now it's Jordan Tucker who was hit by pitches last time up. Garcia will take a quick second here before he throws the first pitch. And this is off of Tucker. And I think the Sox are getting a little bit restless, which amount of guys have been hit by pitches.
Yeah, and I mean for good reason. Like I kind of previously said that because they're sliders, it's more kind of an annoyance. But it gets to a point now where, you know, things need to be cleaned up a little bit. You can't continually hit guys, even if it is with 0-0 sliders, and not have a response back.
So with a left or a righty getting loose in the pen, I think this might be a call to it. So Garcia records 2 outs, allows a boatload of runs to put Regina right back in this one. And they are making the call. Second straight call to the pen in this inning. Regina have been beating up on the Miller Express here in this inning. We'll be back with a Musha Miller Express pitching change.
Canadian guy from Orillia, Ontario. They have a very vibrant curling community there. Not an ounce of that. Red Sox have had 12 batters come to the plate, and once this guy gets warm, Ian Montz will scroll up to be number 13. So much for that Moose Jaw 6-0 lead. My goodness.
do it well. Sit in a VIP box.
Well, I don't think he's doing the game tonight. I think he's just one of those.
That was another one. Martin Peterson was our play-by-play guy last year, Pats in '95. That was his first year. That was 30 years ago. He's grown quite a resume. He's podcast in Florida. He's trained.
So this is just the second time that
Caden Noble will come into pitch, replacing Christian Garcia. It'll be Ian Montz coming up, still looking for his first base hit, but does have 2 runs on the year. So for Noble, I should say, a right-hander out of Orla, Ontario, and a freshman at McCook Community College. So 2 outs, bases loaded. Montz swings and misses at that one. Stats on the year for Noble: an 0-1 record, a .991 inflated ERA, 7 games, a start, a save, 19 strikeouts, and 9 walks. Comes the 0-1. Ready on lefty. Montz lines this one, but it'll go well foul. So he allowed 5 runs on his first 2 appearances, 4 runs on his next 2. But in his last 3 appearances, he has allowed none. That's against Sylvan Lake, Fort McMurray, and Energy City, where he's gone 1-1 and 2 whole innings in those 3 games. Looks to lock this one down for the Moose Jaw Miller Express as Montz hits that one foul.
Tough situation to come into if you're Noble. If you're the Moose Jaw coaching staff, you're just looking for a guy to do a job for you right now. So he's already gone through. This is your 3rd arm now, and you're not even 2 complete.
0-2, Montz swings and misses. That'll end the inning. But a catastrophic one for the Miller Express, and a fantastic one if you are Regina. They're right back in this one. We're tied at 6 after the bottom of the 2nd.
scoring an unscored touchdown to even it up. Half dozen each through 2 innings at Cherry Field on Access Now Sports. Picture perfect night baseball here at the City Reservoir, and we'll be done over the we get set for this 3rd inning, and it's going to be a nice little breeze blowing in. Both the day hits to Missouri. Dog days of summer have arrived. Happy 4th of July. No, sorry, that's coming tomorrow. And we have a lot of viewers watching on Access Now.
New pitcher into the game for the Red Sox. It's Vittorio Iakabuchi. So both sides calling to the pen early in this one. First pitch from Iakabuchi misses for ball 1 to DeGarzia. So the line on Hungerford looks like this. He goes 2 innings, allowing 5 hits, 6 runs, 5 for them earned, 2 walks, and a strikeout. This one's hit foul to make it 1-1. They'll make way for the Vancouver native and the sophomore Point. One ball, one strike, and DeGrazia looks at that one in for strike 2. Iakabuchi on the season has made all of his appearances in relief, that being 6 of them. This is number 7. Here's one hit past the glove of the third baseman Bender. DeGrazia will look to round first, but he will stay put for a single. So Iakabuchi allows the leadoff hit. 3.97 ERA for the young man. 11 innings pitched across 13 strikeouts and 9 walks. His last game was on the 27th of June in a loss to Medicine Hat where he went 2/3 of an inning, walking 1 batter. Chopper right back to Iakabuchi. He'll underhand it to first. No second thoughts, and gets the first out.
Probably a little early for a sacrifice bunt, so we could probably chalk that up to attempting to bunt for a base hit and just not being able to put it exactly where he wanted it to be.
We've already seen it work once. Why not go again? That'll put the runner at second. Righty on lefty. First pitch in for a strike on Andrew Nievas.
I feel like if it's a sac fly, no. Like move the second or third. But if it's a bunt, I think they give it to you. Yeah, Mitch says yeah. I trust Mitch's judgment over yours. Sad to say.
Mitch never bunts. He just swung away. That's why he don't.
Infield normal depth. Outfield no shift. 0-1. This one's going to be a little drooper into right in front of Searing. They'll hold the runner coming to third, and it's put runners on the corners as they bring up the 9-hitter.
Certainly it seems like hitters have the upper hand tonight through 2 complete. See if that's a trend that continues, and could be looking at a very, very high scoring game where if both teams' bullpens can settle in here a bit.
Bunt being shown, they'll say went around by fakes throw down to first. 0-1. We could also be looking at a pretty long one. We're an hour in and only through 2 innings. Ben Walizek, he got a base hit and scored his last time in the second. Check swig, they'll say he didn't go around, or was it in the zone? Walzak batting .292 in 27 games, 3 extra base hits, and 6 RBIs on the year, alongside 16 stolen bases, so certainly a threat on the base paths. Here's a chopper foul to bring it 1-2.
And we kind of saw that speed after his first at bat there, where he's able to score on the throwing error from Hungerford on the sacrifice bunt. And I believe he went first to home on that.
They have not properly managed their inventory. And I'll tell you exactly what I mean.
Long look in from Iakabuchi, now a check at first. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Righty on righty. Runner going, they'll say it's outside by, fakes the throw down in second. So no double steal for DeGrazia, but Nievas will get second.
2 men in scoring position, 1 down for Ben Wallachek. And a 2-2 count.
Now we'll see what the defensive alignment is for the Red Sox now. Kind of looks like normal depth, except the third baseman's even with the bag.
Another one hit into right. A run comes around. They'll try to hold the runner at third successfully. An RBI hit for Walzek. DeGrazia comes to score, and Nievas third. And the lead is taken right back by the boys in black.
Yeah, credit to Musha here. You know, they just watched a 6 buck get put up on them, and they responded right back to retake the lead.
So now all but 2 players in this Moose Jaw lineup have reached base, with plenty of baseball to go. Corner infielder's in. Here's a bunt laid down, but it'll go foul with 1 out. Thomas Soto, who is 2 for 2 today. So Soto will recollect himself. Third baseman Bender in. Slight shift from the rest of the infield, and they'll say that hit him. Clipping off the right elbow of Soto to load the bases. And just when Regina thought they were out of the clear, they face some trouble once again.
You know, like the umps call or just the pitch call?
Life has certainly not been easy for pitchers tonight.
Corner infielders are in. Breaking ball hits for a strike. Still only 1 out, so a double play is incredibly impactful in this situation. Here's one hit into deep left. It'll go over the head of Tucker. Get the bread. It's a grand salami. Home run number 3 for the Miller Express. Williams Edwards hits it into left. And Moose Jaw are absolutely cruising.
Good piece of hitting. Sits on a slider. And makes no mistake.
3 in the first, 3 in the second, 5 in this third inning, and we only are 1 out. And we have hit double digits for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. 11-6 is the score, with Austin Gurney coming up. He has 2 home runs today, and Iakabuchi, he's got the memo, you don't give this guy anything.
No, certainly not. You know, now you want to see if he can use left field, kind of thing. He's clearly shown he's perfectly comfortable with right field. And we'll see if he can hit anything to left.
Saddle up, partner. It's going to be a long night.
2-0 now, Iakabuchi the pitch. And it's hit foul to make the count 2-1. So Iakabuchi comes in a pretty rough game, but the offense comes back. Then you allow a grand slam. What's your mentality trying to get through the rest of the inning?
You know, all my years in baseball, the experience kind of tells me that this is like.
Oh, this one's hit high. That one.
Gurney hits this one deep and foul, but well out of the park. So if he is a little bit earlier on that one's heading over the wall for a homer once more, but instead he'll get a 2-2 count. But as you were saying.
So, yeah, so to finish that kind of almost put an exclamation mark on it for me. But this is just kind of one of those games where everything is going to fall, it feels like. And it's just going to be kind of a war of attrition. Last man standing kind of thing, or last base hit wins the game kind of thing. So you just have to find a way to limit damage and find ways to force weak contact. Because right now, you know, all 18 guys between both teams are not shying away from finding barrels.
Gurney hits that one foul. The count remains full with 1 out. Infield slightly shifted towards the right. Outfield regular depth.
And in Moose Jaw's case, they've kind of done it to themselves a little bit.
pop out to shorts, and for the first time today, Gurney's retired. And there's two gone.
In terms of struggling to find the zone. Whereas on kind of on the flip side with Regina, they just got to find ways to get outs by forcing weaker contact or mixing their sequences a little bit better so you're getting kind of guess swings or half swings.
Eduardo Sainz reached on an error and a hit by pitch. As the infield will straighten out once again. A big gap between second and short. First pitch on the righty-on-righty matchup between Ikabuchi and Says is inside for ball one. Breaking ball misses high and in. A anomaly of a game here from Curry Field. 11-6 our score between the Red Sox and Miller Express. A game where one side brought a reliable starter, the other side brought a bit of an unknown, but the result all the same. Calls to the bullpen for both sides.
The funny thing about games like this too is you can have this through 3 complete, and then you'll watch the next 6 innings will be done in less time than the first 3 innings took.
Swing and miss there to bring it to 2-2. And Ikabuchi just one pitch away from limiting the damage.
I think so. It's all in the book. Royal Med, you wrote it. And I feel like they had a 6-man rotation, and it helped carry the day.
2-2 with 2 out. Deuces wild. Ikabuchi throws it in the dirt and away to Sains. We'll get a full count.
I'm talking about the starting location. Listen, the book is on the garage in my shelf. I will find it tonight.
It's in the garage? Yeah. It's not even in the house?
Regina just looking to get out of this one and give it right back to their hot bats. 3-2. Misses high for ball 4. Jackson Yeager is 0 for 2. One of only 2 Miller Express players to not reach base. And just like that, he's on base. What do you know?
Spoke it into existence.
And we've gone all the way through the order here in the 3rd inning. The Red Sox did it in the 2nd. Now it's the Miller Express turn.
The 2nd inning, the Millers are saying anything you can do, we can do better. And they have now officially got it around here in the 3rd. And
So adjust your score sheets as in comes Tanner DeGarcia after this meeting on the mound. Rapithakos coming out to take his reliever out of the game. Vittorio Ikabuchi allows 5 runs in the 3rd. Runner on first, still his responsibility. We'll be back with the pitching change after this on Flow Sports College.
you know what would make this perfect? Getting Zinger back. I think his agent made some unrealistic salary demands to be the announcer. They're still trying to iron out all those details.
I'll give you the names. I'll send you a message on the names.
Zinger and his from goes to Louisiana State Shreveport. Shreveport had a CFL.
Yeah, they did. I remember that.
Indianapolis, Indiana. Wesley Moss's dad was a receiver on that.
You're right. Remember Wesley Moss?
Shreveport Pirates. They were just dreadful, but it kind of made us all feel better that maybe our Canadians can play because they were so bad. They had a full American roster.
Well, they had all teams in the league.
But the stories of Shreveport are really fun.
Now pitching, it is Calvin Shepard, the righty from Indianapolis, Indiana, from Louisiana State Shreveport.
This guy, I promise you.
So 3 innings and 3 pitchers. Not the day you're looking for Regina. We'll see Tanner DeGrazia coming up. He is 1 for 2, I should say. Has a hit in this inning as Mill Express bat all the way through. 2-1. Both the runners are Vittorio Iacobucci's responsibility. The line not yet closed on that reliever.
Thinking about recovering with 6-man rotation, names come to mind. Daniel Jones
Tampa, Florida.
from Florida. He's a Triple Crown winning pitcher. Drummond's from Texas, I think. He was a good pitcher.
Beautiful fastball hits for a strike to even it at 1.
Maybe talked about who pitched here.
Now I've asked what the mentality is on the mound, but team-wise, what do you think? Like coaches, offensive players, what are they thinking? Like seeing all this go down.
I mean, like it's tough. Each team is in the field for long lengths of time. And, we kind of talked about earlier how in Musho's case it's kind of self-inflicted, a lot of hit by pitches, a lot of walks. Right, Regina's case, they're just giving up a lot of very solid contact. So, you're hoping for guys to change sequences to get outs. Clearly, Moose Jaw is kind of dialed into what is happening contact-wise.
There's a liner over the head of Bender, but it'll go foul. That surely would have been another run or 2.
Yeah, the biggest thing is just you have to disrupt the timing somehow. And if you're Moose Jaw, you have to find a guy who's, going to consistently throw strikes. Because, your offense has put up 11 runs in 3 innings. That should be enough to win a baseball game.
To be a shootout at the OK Corral.
The 1-2.
It's high noon, and we'll see if this
That one's low from Shepard.
Red Sox gunslinger Shepard can shut the door. Deuces are wild with 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 out.
Yeah, the crazy thing is both teams are going to feel the effects of this game, over the next 2-3 days, as I kind of mentioned before in the first thing with how much bullpen's going to be taxed.
Over the head of Fox.
Fox, that's going to fall into the gap, and that's going to score another
This will score 1. It's Sanez. Yeager will go to second. And the score is now 12-6. That 6-run buffer is restored.
They are so. Eduardo Sands comes in. We got to look at him. Nice, just a nice piece of hitting there. So Yeager ends up.
So that'll go against Iacobucci, as DeGrazia is now the responsibility of Shepard. Quick meeting on the mound here from By and Shepard. Feels like no one's been able to throw it well over the plate without it getting rocked for an RBI.
Yeah, which would suggest that Musho's timing isn't being disrupted enough. And they're quite comfortable kind of leaking out over the plate right now and hunting pitches out over the plate. So there's nothing really pushing them back onto their heels, so to speak.
Pushing capacity. Oh, that one sailed away.
And Shepard has his pitch go wild over the shoulder of everyone and the backstop. So Gustavo Soto will have to wait for a pitch he can actually hit. Both runners advance.
So Yeager's at third, DeGrazia's at second.
So I know what happened last time, but I'll say it again. Gustavo Soto is the one batter in this lineup to not reach base.
Oh, poor guy to vocalize it.
They have already equaled
Swings and misses at that one, though, so now it's 1-1. Double play ball, or excuse me, force out at any bag, no longer in play after that wild pitch. So they'll have to do it a little bit harder, will Regina. trying to get out of this inning. Here's a little drooper into right, and it'll get down. One run comes around. Here comes another. It's DeGrazia taking a long hustle is Soto. He'll try to come in a third. Bender gets the ball, trying to apply the tag, but he can't get it in. A fantastic slide in from Soto, able to dodge the tag. A bases clearing 2 RBI triple, and it's 14-6. I mean, I've never seen a game as offensively packed as this one.
No, this is about as wild as it gets. I've watched a lot of baseball in this league for a lot of years, and you'll have these, like you said, kind of anomaly games where everything seems to fall and pitchers are struggling, and even good pitches are going for base hits for no apparent reason. But I can't think off the top of my head where I've seen 20 combined runs through 2.5 innings. And the crazy thing about baseball is, you could redo this game 100 times, and this would only ever happen this one time. In every other instance, guys are going to get outs, there'll be base hits, there'll be runs scored, but this would never happen again 99 other times.
Yeah, that's the mentality everyone on this field is trying to keep. 8 runs in the stop of the third, a 1-2 count now to Andrew Nivas. Righty on lefty. It's in the dirt, and this is going to score run number 15 on the wild pitch.
Just like that.
Soto is rewarded for his hustle on the previous play and scores from third. I mean, it's at a point where there's nothing left to be said.
No, and there's probably some fatigue settling in at this point too, because like you said, it's been almost an hour and a half. You don't even have 3 complete yet, so you've been on the field for a while, and it's taxing being out there. It's kind of one of the things that are constantly talked about in clubhouses is you want to limit the amount that you're on defense, just strictly because you're out there standing there, and it's not taxing like running a marathon, but it beats you up.
So a full count pitch is going to hit Nivas. Statistically, it'll go as a walk, I believe. That's the rule. And now he's at first base with 2 out. Feels like no matter who Regina puts up there, they're just unable to end this inning and multiple other innings when they've gotten multiple opportunities. Whether it's 2 outs, 2 strikes, runners in very put-outable positions. We've batted the way through. Now it's the bottom of the order. Ben Walazek will come up, who's 2 for 2. That hits on the outer part. Two hopper over to second. And there's the play to first. And the bleeding has finally been stopped, but was it fatal? Top of the third, ends after 9 runs. 15-6 is our score going into the bottom of the third. Oh, jeez. I really hope this game does just zoom by. saying. This game's going to go so long, the beer shack's going to be closed by the time we get that going. Golly.
Go change up the mojo, Harold.
We've worked through our entire bullpen. Is there anyone here with a working right arm that can throw? Is this still? Yeah, this is still Cade Noble. Well, the Jays are winning. That's it. A unicorn of a game, to say the least. 15-6 is our score here from Curry Field. Not even a third of the way through this ball game. Regina are going to come up looking to respond just like they did in the second. But if they're gonna, it's going to be a pretty uphill battle.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, despite the score, there's still plenty of time. Like, you know, you're not in a rush to score 9 yourself in the next 2 innings. You have plenty of time to scratch 2 across every now and then kind of thing.
It is still Caden Noble out on the mound. It'll be righty on righty against Fox. First pitch is in the dirt.
He's in it to win it. Like, he looks like he's not fooling around. He bailed them out in the last inning, otherwise it would have been the Red Sox.
Fox, a liner into left, and that'll get down for a fair ball. Fox hustling around first. He's going to go in for extra bases. Throw in is not in time. It's a leadoff standing double for Matthew Fox. Back to the top now. It is going to be Jacob Steele. First pitch to Steele. This is away for ball 1. Steele on the day has a walk and a sacrifice fly RBI in the second. This gets away. Catcher has no idea where it is, as the runner Fox will come in a third. And I don't know about you, but I feel like the runs are still just waiting to start flowing for whatever side.
Yeah, there's no shortage of opportunity to score runs. That's kind of what I was saying. Like, you have plenty of time to score 9. Like, you really don't have to put any kind of panic in your game. I think you have to do it in the next 2 innings. There's plenty of opportunities.
In for a strike, 2-1. So similar to the Miller Express and their success to line up wide, Red Sox with only 1 batter to not reach, and that's Riley Bender so far in 2 at-bats. As we'll head 3 ways to the lineup after Steele here. Long wait from Noble. The pitch. Steele pops it up into foul territory, but still playable for Yeager, the first baseman. Makes the grab just on the edge of the foul territory dirt. And 1 out is recorded. Now it's Raphael Jackson, the DH. Struck out in the first and had a RBI double and scored in the second.
And Regina needs to find a way to scratch this run across. It's 1 out, runner on third. You just need contact somewhere in the middle of the field. On the ground, fly ball. Anything works here.
Fox is at third, 0-1 count here from Noble to Fox, righty on lefty. As that battle between a dangerous Jackson with his handedness against these righty relievers continues. Jackson pops it up. Curling, foul, and out of play.
By the way, I like when all the work that our access people have done, Spencer and everybody else, you know, have the pitch count for the pitcher whoever's on the mound. Yeah. We can add to our major league caliber broadcast. Well, what the heck? This game
1-2.
into a bit of a dog for the time being. We'll see.
This is a little bit low. Noble thought he had it, but he'll take another two. Or take another pitch.
All these teams in the playoffs. Let's get down to 4 divisions per league. 4 teams in each division, and teams can stop whining that they're buried too early in the year.
Full count.
Get rid of this wild card nonsense. And pennant race, I love it. Like the last year, the old format, the San Francisco Giants won 103 games and went home because they're in the same division as the Atlanta Braves, who won 104 and won the division, the National League West. To me, that was one of the great all-time pennant races.
Noble tries to hit the upper part of the zone. Jackson not chasing, and he'll take the walk.
I'm saying if there's 4 teams, but those teams are going to be done in July anyway. You know, even with the current format, a lot of them. And look, it's not like the old days where you had to be first in the 17th division. You just have to be first in the 4th. Make the regular season mean something again, or really mean something. I cannot tell you how much I loathe the wild card.
And to give you an idea, kind of the self-inflicted wounds Mooshaw's pitching staff have done to themselves, that's the 8th walk or hit by pitch that they have surrendered thus far.
The whole reason why it's 100. Oh, runner.
Throw down a second, and Jackson is called out.
Ball was right on his foot.
Shortstop Soto, excuse me, that was the second baseman. Wallazek came in on a very tight play, almost slipping himself and causing a collision over at second that results in the tag. So a heads up play from the defenders puts Jackson, the lead runner, or excuse me, the runner at first, out. And Fox, the runner at third, not running.
So here at Curry Field.
Inside to Searing, 2-0.
Regina's kind of in danger of stranding that leadoff double now.
And Searing looks at one, called for a strike. So it feels like a rarity. Here we are, a 2-out situation, and we haven't had a run scored in the inning. 2-1. In the dirt, but well blocked there from Soto. I nearly just jinxed another one. Look at me go.
Funny thing about games like this is, you know, watch Moose Jaw and Regina. The next game they play is a 1-0, 1 hour, 40-minute pitching masterclass. It's just the way the game works.
3 balls and a strike to Jackson Siren.
Down misses on the inner part for a walk. And just to say that, I'd like to pull up. Moose Jaw's next game against Regina is only 6 away for them, 5 away for Regina. So they'll see each other later next week. And that will be in Roswell's Park in Ventoria City. 2 straight walks here to bring up Jalen Seward. So they're on the corners with 2 out for Seward. Pops it foul.
That shortcake's long gone.
misses away to Seward, and he's a hitter that has shown some dangerous power. And I feel like I've said it about 5 times today, but he has a chance to turn this game around.
He's certainly one of the guys that you want up in this situation if you're Regina.
Check swing. They'll appeal down, and I think they just call it a strike behind the plate.
Yeah, Seward is upset that there was no call down to check for help.
He tries to
just made.
He tried to imitate where his bat was on that, but he'll have to settle with the count going down to 1-2.
You have to expect the same pitch coming here again.
It's a ball hit into right, and it's going to get past Gertie in the gap between right and center. Fox will come around to score. Hustling on his horse is searing around third. It's a 2 RBI double for Jalen Seward. Well, I definitely spoke too soon. 15-8 is our score. I know you are not watching football. Here comes Riley Bender up with 2 outs and a man on second.
Talk about motivation. Riley Bender is the only Sox hitter who has not reached yet.
And that misses for a ball. So here it is, Bender. If he can extend this inning, he will have it so every single Regina hitter reaches base. Noble to look at second. This one's away, and Seward will take a crisp jog over to third base.
So Bender can drive in a base hit or get a base hit and drive in a run. Just a little more. Well, that's how you have to look at it. I was talking about eating an elephant, and that's what they got to do here. It's 7 runs. That's a big elephant. And Bender will hit that.
Bender hits this one over to third, but just took a bounce foul that surely would have been the third out. Two 2-1 from Noble. Hit right through the gap between short and second. In comes run number 3. And that means every single hitter in this ball game has reached base at least one time.
A good piece of hitting there. Didn't try to do too much with that pitch. Let it travel a little bit and stayed through it long. Hit him where they ain't. It's been happening a lot tonight.
And a meeting on the mound here for Noble. A righty is getting loose. The call has not been made just yet. With 2 outs, we'll check how much Lease Moose Jaw have on their second reliever of the game. And they'll keep him in. First pitch to Brady Bye is hit right to first. It'll be a 1-hopper, and the decision to keep the pitcher in stays good. 3 runs come in the bottom of the third. It's not exactly the explosive fireworks we've seen so far today, but it'll make this one a 15-9 game a third of the way through. We'll be back after this on Float Sports College.
Brought to you by Bennett Dunlop Ford. We have racing all the way down to the
guys are
water.
talented.
Look at Bob coming to help me. He's
The
gonna
best
run
curfew
that
last
right
night?
here. Okay, on my count, you're two to race down the ladder, okay?
He was
Ready? In 3, 2, 1, go!
This is just one of those
one of those games, huh?
tried and true.
Mount Pleasant is bumping. They cut the grass up there, so it's one of the best seats in the house. Yeah.
I was just talking to Mitch earlier, Hungerford was shaving the French coming to this game.
Just didn't work out. I do wonder about the heat, though. I hear that. And look, I've never pitched at a low level, let alone a high level. But when Todd Stottlemyre was here for the Red Sox dinner, I remember he talked about how if conditions are perfect, it's nice and cool day, guys can do 120, 130 pitches, it's no big deal. He said, but if it's hot and it's a tight game, like 80 pitches, get them out of it. And it makes me wonder if that's because the conditions are part of why we're seeing the game that we're seeing.
He also talked about a recent game, like they're up a 6, 7, 8 run lead late in the game. Easier than that. Oh, he's a good guy.
He was my favorite, just because that was, I'll never forget Gary Brotzel calling me like 6 days before saying, hey, would you do us a favor and come to the Sox dinner and interview Todd Stottlemyre on the stage?
Calvin Shepard out for another inning of work.
He was so happy to be here. I remember he shaking my hand and Nicholas and he said, guys, this is awesome. I love this because everybody's hanging on.
He'll go from the top of the order with Thomas Soto coming up.
Well, you know, everybody else I call it the new form.
Soto is 1 for 2 with the hit by pitch, 2 RBIs and 2 runs on the day. It's this one over to second. And look at that, 1 pitch and 1 out. Seems like we've had a rarity of those. And there's 1 gone.
There by the second baseman, Jacob Steele, to get the 4-3 putout.
Jacob Steele, the one that'll get credited for that out.
Now it's time for pitchers to flip the script here a little bit and start cruising.
Next, this is the guy who hit the home run his last time off.
Williams Edwards, a grand slam in his last at-bat. That was just in the third as a part of that massive 9-run inning. Beautiful pitch from Shepard, just misses on the lower part.
And he proceeds to go to a 2-0 count, so not likely. But Austin Gurney in the on-deck circle.
That's in for a strike to make it 2-1.
Makes me think of like Jafar from the last. You can talk about 4-year-old.
Another one in for a strike
Got a lot of laughs.
as Shepard working the bottom part of the zone to Edwards.
Now your viewership changes, doesn't it?
Chop that one foul.
A good spot there from Shepard. You're starting to see a little bit more defensive swings from the Moose Jaw hitters, which is not something we saw a whole heck of a lot of prior to this at-bat.
Oh, that plunk of another one.
And a 1-2 count, or excuse me, a 2-2 count. That'll hit off Edwards. And I don't know how many times we said this today, but a 2-strike count and a runner gets on.
And really, when you think about it,
As this is getting pretty self-inflicted if you look at it with a bit of a lens.
another
Yeah, like, I don't know if you could quickly look just to do a combined walk and hit by pitch total between both teams, but it's gotta be near 12.
So that's 6 in favor of Moose Jaw. And 8 in favor of Regina, so 14 in total, hit by pitches and walks. Gurney, a 1-hopper over to Bender. He will turn to second for 1. Over to first. It's not going to be in time. So a fielder's choice to record the second out as Gurney will move to first base. Now they're arguing here for
An
runner's
interesting turn, if
interference.
you will, sorry. Kind of an interesting turn. This is going to be a 5-6-3 attempted double play.
but they maybe,
which you'll not see very often because that means the shortstop is receiving the throw from the third baseman.
yeah, but they're maybe going to call the runner out on runner interference. Rypathakos is out trying to talk to Elmer Jerkovitz, who was the umpire who called that out at second. Doesn't seem much of an arguing. It just seems like a asking question.
I see what you mean. He could have walked to the right.
Yeah, kind of the entirety of that situation, like the runner doesn't peel off towards right field. Like once he's out, he's out. But usually what you'll see a runner do is peel off towards right field to the right, clear the lane to throw. He actually peels towards third base and stays inside. So it's just kind of a strange maneuver from the base runner.
So Pathakos, a long explanation to Elmer Jerkovitz, and it'll spark a conversation here between the umpires. So safe to say no video review in the WCBL. However, there is communication that can happen, and they're going to call him safe.
What is that guy doing?
And now Steele will have a couple of questions to ask, but either way, Gurney's going to stay at first.
Yeah, the new rule around second base dictates that the defender has to be given essentially a clean lane to throw in, and the base runner has to slide directly into the base. So you can't be off to the left or off to the right.
Oh, and Elmer's telling Rye to take a seat. I don't actually know that.
So a long delay here between at bats. Eduardo Sanchez will come up. He's reached on an error, a hit by pitch, and a walk. So he's getting the non-hit cycle going here. All he's got to do is reach on a strikeout wild pitch. First one's in for a strike.
The non-hit cycle.
Batter Eduardo Sands for the Express.
Or I guess it would be a fielder's choice now that I think about it.
I've actually never heard that term before.
I
in all
just
my
came
years.
up with it. Yeah, no, fielder's choice does sound better. So
Sox one strike away from getting into the dugout.
2 outs here, so not likely going to get that one. 0-2 the count. Shepard sets the pitch. Foul it off.
Hope I didn't jinx it. So Sands has reached on an error, a walk, and a base hit. He has not been hit by a pitch yet. There's lots of time.
That misses just on the outer part. Shepard wanted it, but unable to get it.
Shepard's at 27 pitches, as you can see on that fantastic graph. I have to think this will probably be.
The 1-2, Shepard along look at first to Gurney. Huge gap between second and short, as another one is going to be chopped foul.
Yeah, to kind of reiterate an earlier point, it looks like Shepard's settling in a little bit here. He's getting a lot more defensive swings.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Eduardo Sands.
Here's the pitch to Sands.
The pitch.
Missing away, and that'll bring the count even at 2. Two and 2. Fouled off once more, and this at bat getting a little bit long in the tooth here as we're up to 8 pitches.
Seeing the screen top right corner. Some guy. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down.
And it misses high for ball 3.
I think that's the right.
And I hate to repeat myself, an 0-2 count runs full, and we're
Well, it's been, every
on the verge of a
closing in on 2 hours.
potential walk here as we get to full count. 2 out. Nearly 2 hours through this one, And only a third of the way through. That one is in for strike 3. Shepard gets only 4 batters in the inning and is able to end it. We'll be back with the bottom of the 4th after this on Flow Sports.
Millers go hitless in the 4th, leave a man on. Sox will try to continue to chip away at this lead when we come back on Access Now Sports.
I'm exhausted already.
This inning's going to start at 9 o'clock.
See you at midnight.
Yeah. Because I told Linda to leave a light on for me.
So when these growing dogs, growing kids,
Millers, we thought, might make a pitching change, but Caden Noble's still out there. So they're going to milk him as far as they can. And still 6 innings to get there. So I guess we should not be surprised that they would try to get as much mileage out of him as they can. He's the 3rd pitcher of the ballgame for the Millers. We've already seen 6 pitchers in this game. And that's just the kind of night it's been.
So for the first time today, the Moose Jaw Miller Express are blanked in an inning. They scored no runs in the 4th inning, making way for Regina, still trying to mount a comeback once again. They mounted a 6-run comeback, only to give up 6 more and trail 15-9. Jordan Tucker, Ian Monson, Matthew Foxall do up. That's 7-8-9. Tucker, the left fielder, has been hit by 2 pitches and will come up to bat.
Yeah, so the biggest thing is mentality remains the same. You have plenty of time to scratch runs across.
Here's one popped up. It'll be a little bit of a tougher play for the second baseman, but the catch is made by Wolozek over the shoulder with his glove, and there's one out on 1 pitch. So Ian Mons reached on an error. Still looking for hit number 1. His journey continues as a part of the Red Sox. Swings and misses at that one, and that surely would have been it if he could get some contact. Inside on Mons, 1-1. Now that's in for a strike.
So just like you can see, a 1-2. Coming up to the batter, Mons. Noble now at 35.
Long wait. Here's Noble, the 1-2. It's in the dirt.
And you'd like to see Mons extend this at bat as much as he can. Just so you can kind of settle into the dugout a little bit and regain some kind of pace of play.
Millers have just had a really tough stretch. Ooh, but they get Mons there.
And there's a strikeout on Mons, the second time he's been put out on strikes today. And just like that, in 2 batters, there are 2 outs for the first time today.
But I wanted to mention the Red Sox coming off back to
So Gurney, after a fantastic game so far today, extends his lead in RBIs for the league, now up to 36.
Saturday, Sunday.
Should be 37.
So Saturday, 6 o'clock.
He's certainly having himself a heck of a start. as we kind of approach the midway point of the season.
Fox golfs this one into left, but underneath it is DeGrazia, and he makes the catch. It's a 1-2-3 inning for the Red Sox. Fourth inning over, and no runs are scored. What a miracle. We'll be back with the fifth inning after this. Yeah. Well, it could be worse. Could be in Saskatoon. Or Brooks. Wow, this is a weird night. Is there a full moon tonight, or what's going on? And then this one's 0-0. Fantastic. Thank you. Brendan, check the other games around the league. You should. Scores are not that crazy to this one. Really.
Wolves are howling up the moon right now or something.
Leo Ian Watts is from Lafayette, Louisiana. Another product of LSU Tree Bowl. Sometimes you see guys who do really, really well in college. And just have a great time. There was a guy named Rob Nunley. His dad had played in the Yankees. And he came up here, and he was a power hitter. And he was absolutely incredible. And he talked about, I think so, yeah. But he had been off for like 2 months. And he claimed a lot of that. Why his swing just was not much.
A rather quick fourth inning in the context of this game gets us set for inning number 5, just about midway through this contest. Watching Home Team Live and the Regina Red Sox against the Moose Jaw Miller Express in Western Canadian Baseball League action. Jackson Yeager will come up to bat. He's 1 for 3 in this game. Righty on righty against Shepherd. First pitch in for a strike. We'll take this moment to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard around the WCBL. And if this score seems like an anomaly, we have some news for you. It is not. Bottom of the 5th in Saskatoon, the Berries lead 18-3 against the Weyburn Beavers. In Swift Current, in the top of the 7th, the score is 3-1 for the Dogs over the 57s. It is 0-0 between the Giants and the Mavericks in Fort McMurray in the bottom of the 7th there. And in Brooks, the Cactus Rats lead the Bombers 14-3 at Elks Field. So, I guess the bats are a little bit more juiced as the offenses are getting warm as we make the turn into the All-Star break.
Airs
2-1
everywhere.
2-1 misses low.
Shepherd will continue.
3-1. Popped up and first base side. Seward will watch it and it'll go foul. Count now full.
Right, because they had Erlin, so he was playing in right. And it's like
Strike 3 called. Hit the top of the zone and the second straight strikeout for Shepherd. Yeager doesn't like it, but he'll walk back to the dugout all the same.
he had to get clean up there. And it was just hard, but it just shows how everybody has their role.
Now it's Tanner DeGrazia. He has an RBI hit his last time up. 2 runs, 2 hits, and a pop out. He's 2 for 3. A lot of populated stat lines here for both sides. First pitch foul back.
Yeah, you take these days as a hitter because they help cover for the days or the couple of days where you're 0 for 4 or 0 for 8.
That misses high. What have you seen out of Calvin Shepherd so far in this game?
Well, he has good velocity. He has the ability to pitch to both sides of the plate and disrupt hitters' timing. It appears that he is starting to settle in a little bit, and I kind of touched on the last thing with the defensive swings that you're starting to see out of Moose Jaw. They kind of continue there, the leadoff hitter this inning. We'll see if this is a trend that he can settle into.
He's only allowed 2 base hits. They went for RBIs, but only one of them was his responsibility. Got a walk and a hit by pitch alongside 2 strikeouts.
And the funny thing with baseball too is things can kind of snowball. So you find yourself in just like continually bad situations, and you're just hoping or looking for a way to stop it. And once things start to kind of settle back into a regular pace, that kind of snowball effect just kind of goes away, and then you can just play baseball again, and it'll feel like quote unquote a regular baseball game.
And I think secretly that's really what both sides are hoping for, that these runs can kind of dry up and they can get on with the game. 2 out now for Gustavo Soto. Is an RBI triple his last time up.
Yeah, because there's really nothing you learn about a 15-9 game or whatever this score ends up at. As a coach, like, this is not going to happen again. So you almost don't even, you just kind of, as they say in football, burn the film and just go to the next one.
Well, I say that, I believe both these teams will eventually play in Brooks, a notably hitter-friendly park, so.
Yes, and then that's another place too where, without seeing how it'll play out, obviously it'll gauge balls and how well they're hit and compare them to other ballparks, but that's another tough place to play.
Swing and miss there for Soto, brings the count even at 2. Deuce is wild, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. None on, slight shift to the pull side of Soto from the infield. That misses low to fill the count.
Give you kind of a funny story. My first couple years coaching, our first game in Brooks, we got a player flown in, and that was his first WCBL game, and we got thrown into a tornado watch.
I think that's playable.
This one will get thrown into foul territory. Catch is made. Doesn't look like there's going to be a tornado today, but it does look like the runs are starting to dry up. Ready for the bottom of the 5th after this.
This is a 9-round boxing match, and it just took a few rounds to feel each other out. We'll see if the Sox can make hay while the sun is shining when we come back on Access Now Sports.
We talked about the Red Sox. We shot Capitals. What's more like came out swinging in the early morning. Now they're on
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I never been let
There was 2 unopened.
Yes.
couple 3 years.
I think that one's unopened there.
The Red Sox.
I feel like they're going to ride this snowball. Why not? I guess as long as he's getting it done.
Okay, so just finish.
Glad to have you along on this Access Now TV broadcast. We make it sound like it's going on like we've been here all night. We've been here just over 2 hours. This game could still fit within 3 hours. No, but I think just the way it was going, we were like, this is going to be a 5.
And welcome back. Jacob Steele will lead things off for us. The bottom of the 5th inning.
So we're back to the top of the Regina batting order. This is Jacob Steele. He'll be followed by the number 2 and 3 hitters, Jackson and Siren.
Jackson and Saring will,
And he's still looking for his first hit, and he's going to hit this one high.
and a fly ball hit far into the left field line off the fence, but that will be foul. A long strike.
About 320 away. 343 is on that point.
Raphael Jackson and Jackson Searing will be the hitters due up after Jacob Steele. Be a ball in the dirt
So 2 balls and a strike.
for a 2-1 count to Jacob Steele.
In case you're just joining us, we're in the bottom of the 5th. And fireworks galore through the first 3 innings. And it's been a quick 4th and 5th so far.
Big breaker for strike 2 there at the top of the zone.
And I think I'm being kind. The 2-2.
We have a 2-2 count
To Jacob Steele. This is a pretty important
to Steele
The Sox are down by
and the
6.
offering.
They need another big inning. And this looks like a routine 6-3.
Ground ball hit to the shortstop, and it will be a 6-3 ground out for Steele.
Tommy Soto did just that. 1 away.
And the leadoff hitter will be retired, bringing up Raphael Jackson to the plate.
Nice play, nice throw, but that's a play that a player at this caliber made. And he did. Raphael Jackson is next. Yellow batting gloves, eh? Are they golden? Is that what that is? Mustard batting gloves.
Jackson hits the first pitch foul.
You know, I kind of miss some of those CFL receivers.
So 1 out, Regina
Glass cutter.
looking to do what they've done already, and that's make a significant comeback.
In fact, he's wearing the colors of the other guys on this.
Jackson pops this one up, still playable in foul territory. The catcher Soto under it. Has it. For out number 2. Good communication from that Miller Express infield. Those can be tough plays.
Yeah, it's certainly not easy. Biggest thing is the catcher has to kind of get behind the fly ball, get his footwork correct. As corner infielders, you're taught to take fly balls if you can, just because it's going to be in front of you. And so it's, in theory, an easier play. But if you have a really good defensive catcher, oftentimes it's automatic for them, and you'll kind of defer.
Struck out, he doubled.
Now this is Searing. Hits this one off of the first baseman and into right. That was a bit of a kooky play. The second baseman sliding in. And that's Wallazek, as he's going to need some attention as he's slow to get up.
Hey, listen, some of the biggest innings come with 2
And it looked like his foot got kind of caught up in the umbrella there.
That is very common. More common, I would say, than a pitching change in the middle of the game. So Jalen Seward will draw in, and he has reached
A bit of a slow walk from the rest of the Moose Jaw fielders. Going to give their teammates some time to recover. That'll bring up Seward with 1 on.
as easy as that. He's just got to drop one into triples alley and put another over the fence.
2 outs. It's Seward.
The pitch.
Inside, ball 1.
So you're calling Seward's previous at bat. Noble actually had him 1-2 on a check swing slider, and then immediately gave up a double on a fastball kind of out over the plate. So we'll see if they take note of that.
And 2 straight balls away from the plate. Not giving Seward any chance of looking at those.
So 2-1, runner first, Searing, who's got lots of speed on that.
Searing always the potential runner. Small lead over at first. That's away for ball 3.
Just at your age.
The 3-0. Seward pops it up into foul territory. Potentially playable, but it'll land just a few feet past the Red Sox dugout for strike 1.
Well, it's odd, but it's breathing.
A 3-0 swing is something you don't see very often, and it's kind of generally reserved for select hitters throughout your lineup, which have garnered a lot of trust from the coaching staff, and so clearly Seward is one of those.
If 30's ever bearable, or
Searing running on the 3-1 as it's popped up foul. attempted hit and run with 2 out.
Searing will go for a run. Well, you think about it, a long single maybe scores a run in that situation. Because of 3-2 and 2 runner going, as a more seasoned broadcaster would say.
First baseman behind the runner. Searing will get a bit of a head start here with the full count and 2 out to Seward. Noble looks in and sets the pitch.
Searing is off to the races.
It's down for ball 4. Searing goes to second on the walk from Seward. And there is still a righty getting loose in the Moose Jaw pen as this mound visit occurs. And that will be the evening for Caden Noble. Another pitching change for the Miller Express coming up. There'll be a lefty. We'll be back after this.
Yeah, you really would, eh? We're making all these jokes about how it's going to be a race to 30. Ethan Unit. This is the estimate. Great baseball town. Weyburn Estimate would be a great ride. I remember in the summer when I lived down there, the speedway. Ruins in the winter, speedway in the summer.
Well, back to the old prairie baseball. Weyburn has to play two and that's and one year Weyburn decided to jump, right? Other merged.
Hard not to root for the Canadian kid. Although I don't want to make a big deal out of it. You know, it's like in the Canadian football, we need more Canadians, and I believe that has its place. But I would like to see us have a pretty country state in honor of what America has brought.
Is it?
We love both countries. It's a place that I feel like we're out of time. I think our two countries could use a little bit of kumbaya together.
I'm just trying to ask.
So the pitching change is complete. Replacing Caden Noble, it's going to be Nathan Unick, the Estevan, Saskatchewan righty from Trinidad State. Comes in with 2 on and 2 out for Riley Bender.
All right,
Long look in here from Unick.
enough of that nonsense.
Check it second.
Riley Bender will hit for the Red Sox.
The pitch. Check swing, they'll say he didn't go. Appeal also says the same. So Unick on the year. He's a returning Miller Express. Played 6 games last year. 9 this year, all in relief. 2 wins. 225 earned run. 12 innings, 11 strikeouts. 5 walks and 12 hits total. Last played on the 28th in that 4-1 Energy City win where he went 1 inning, allowing a hit, a strikeout against 4 batters. He was credited with the winning decision. Quickly down here, 2-0. This is hit into left, a one-hopper. Past the left fielder, they will hold the runner Searing. So the bases will be loaded for Brady Bye. And this is a pretty big spot to put a new pitcher.
Yeah, certainly another kind of one of those pitching changes does not put your relief pitcher in an ideal situation, but it's obviously a move that the Moose Jaw coaching staff felt needed to be made. And we find ourselves at yet another important crux of the game.
Searing at third, Seared at second, Bender at first. Lefty, Brady By, righty on lefty. By pops this one up into center. Going back on it is Edwards to the wall. It's gone! Brady By, a grand slam. And Regina are once again in it like it's deja vu. It's a 2-run ball game, courtesy of By, who has come up clutch so many times over, right in this ballpark. Searing, Seward, Bender, and By come around to score, all with 2 out. Tucker hits this one. Roller to short, Soto will turn. And Brady By puts his stamp on this game. A grand slam here at the bottom of the 5th. And we got ourselves a ball game, folks. We'll be right back with the WCBL on Flow Sports.
Might as well score 100 runs.
At the ballpark on Access Now Sports.
Jason Davis coaching. We're talking food or ice cream or something to see, aren't we?
What's that?
I think we're talking food or ice cream or something.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's splash water in my face. Trinidad State is where Jason Davis.
What a great night at the ballpark. I mean, we were talking this could go 4 or 5 hours. I hope so.
Well, we're talking about Trinidad State fans. There's a lot of players coming down. Jason Davis, former player coach. Now we have Dale Serafina has committed to Trinidad State.
There you see the luxury box. Oh, that that's urgent. Emmett's on the other side. Tyler's at first base. Dino's up on the camera in the outfield. That would be a nice spot to beat. This is the one night that it's like not at all.
Aiden Page is the latest reliever to enter this one. Pitcher number 4 for the Red Sox, and pitcher number 8 in this game. He'll face off against Nivas, Walazek, and Thomas Sotos. 8, 9, and then back to 1. Here comes Nivas. A hit, a walk, another walk, 2 runs, and a stolen base. A fantastic piece of hitting from Brady By, a grand slam put over center field. Over 400 feet. And we have ourselves a 15-13 ball game. It is just 2 runs. Aiden Page gets the sign. Here's his inaugural pitch of the game.
8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Miller Express.
Misses for ball 1. Riley Bender, the third baseman, a little bit in on the infield grass.
Every time tonight, he's been hit by a pitch, he's walked, and he's single. They have yet to get him out. A tough out.
Popped up foul, 1-1 the count. Looking at the stats of Aiden Page, 10 appearances on the year across 25 innings, a 0-1 record and a 3.60 ERA, 25 innings pitched, 29 strikeouts, 12 walks and 24 hits this year. He's last appeared on Canada Day in a 5-3 loss to Saskatoon. 2 innings, 2 hits, a walk and a strikeout across 9 batters. 2-1. Bunt shown, he pulls back. 3 balls, 1 strike. He's in for a strike to make it 3-2. Here's a ball into left center. It's going everyone's head and off the wall. Center fielder Mons will field it, and it's a stand-up double for Nievas. That'll bring up Ben Wozniak. So we see again, pitcher comes out of the bullpen and doesn't exactly get off to the best starts.
No, I kind of left the pitch up in the zone there, out over the plate. You know, the situation kind of calls for filling up the zone because the last thing you want to do is allow free passes. But everything is a catch-22. You obviously still have to hit your spots.
Now it's Walzich. 2 hits on the day as well as 2 runs. He's 2 for 3. Couple looks at second from Page. And well thrown ball is in for a strike.
Ben Wall is actually hitter, the number 9 batter. He is 2 for 3 with a pair of singles. He'll probably cash in another run if he gets a base hit here, although it's not a guarantee.
Oh, and great breaking ball. Nearly the same spot for strike 2.
A good sequence here from Brian Page. Kind of have to think to yourself that he's going to try and push something to the right side of the infield. See if they counter.
And this one's going to go foul.
I guess if you're doing it back-to-back pitches, so much.
Page, another look at second, a chance to put for the first put out of the inning. Check swing and it'll go foul. The 0-2. And they'll go foul. So Walzich showing some good discipline fighting off these pitches.
Yeah, he's had himself a pretty good day to this point. He's got a chance now here at the very least to move the runner into a better position to manufacture a run for Moose Jaw. Or he can do it all himself. At the very least, you want to see some contact to the right side.
And there at the bottom of your screen, you see the lead runner, Andrew
The 0-2.
Page with the pitch.
This one's going to be hit into left center. This time Tucker's under it and makes the grab. Runner tagging, but he'll go right back. Bit of a deke there from the runner, and there's one gone.
Which is just enough to get Nieves to backtrack back to second.
Back at the top of the order, it's Thomas Soto. It's only been put out one time today.
for Thomas Soto.
First pitch to Soto, misses away for a ball.
Miss just a little outside. Just a bit outside.
Slider's quite sharp from Page tonight.
Is that what Harry
And this
Doyle
is
said? Major league.
leading to why they're going back to that well so often.
This one's foul back. Page trying to dig in some of that consistency. Righty on lefty. The 1-1. That's in for a strike. Runner at second, Nivas getting a huge secondary lead. He's trying to maybe throw Page a little bit off his game.
Leadoff man at shortstop.
Yeah, we'll see if they're hesitant to run this situation. As previously, they gotten thrown out at third to.
This one's going to go high. Potentially still playable at the wall, but foul. And the count will stay 1-2.
Party deck is dialed in.
So the count now up to 1-2. Still, Page has been taking his time. Look at second, the pitch. In and nearly hitting the batter. Soto able to get out of the way. Two balls, two strikes. Page trying to win this at bat. Misses low. Page thinking, what does he got to do to put this man down? 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ball 4. Pitch gets away, so the runner at second is going to take third base. And Soto goes to first. So now it's runners on the corners with 1 out. Now it's William Edwards. A grand slam, a hit by pitch, a hit, and 2 runs. First one's in the dirt.
The meat of the order for Musha is up here now. In a pretty important situation here. Regina has just scored 4, pull themselves back in. They'd really like to leave it at that.
Runner going. By will not throw down. Doesn't want to give up the double steal, but he will give up the double play ball. 1-1 now to count.
Soto has a real mess. You don't think 4 teams in a division would do that though? Like if you're one of 4 teams, you got a pretty good crack every year being in that race.
Big breaking ball in the outer part. And swinging on it is Edwards for strike 2.
It's a great pitch from Page. Kind of a wipeout slider there. Starts over the heart of the plate and ends up in the left-handed batter's box.
Second and third, infield, outfield, normal depth, no shift. Page sets, righty, 1-2. Check swing in the dirt. And the runner from third is going to come around on the wild pitch. By unable to get under control.
Nieves comes in. It's now 6.
So Nieves comes in. Soto, after stealing second, will take third.
That's a pass ball. So Nieves scores on the pass ball. I give these fans a lot of
16-3 is now the score.
but the weather's like perfect. It's a tight game. Tight game.
Still only 3 runs separate these two teams. Here's one hit into center. A slide and grab from Motts, and he makes the grab. Tagging from third will be Soto. He'll score, so it's an RBI for Edwards and a flashy play for Montz.
But it is caught by Ian Montz out in center field.
And the lead is now 4.
Yeah.
Now it's Austin Gurney.
Would it have made a difference, do you think? Probably not, but would have been a lot of fun to find out. So it's now 7.
And even though you've gotten that out, the inning is certainly not over.
The dream of getting to
First pitch to Gurney is a strike.
but it is not.
So 3 runs away from 20 are the Miller Express.
Still only in the top of the 6.
And the Red Sox just trying to get out of this and hand things over to their bats that have been
Almost 3 runs.
getting better as the game continues. In the dirt on Gurney, 1-1.
I don't know what the highest.
Yeah, it appears that they're trying to do a sequence of fastballs in and back foot sliders. Try and get Gurney to chase on a back foot slider. So out of the hand, you'll read it fastball and it'll break late. And by the time you're able to adjust, it's kind of already out of the swing plane.
There's another breaking ball there for strike 2.
On August 25th, 2022, 103 years almost to the day, the Cubs had a 25-6 lead and held on to win 26-23.
1-2. This is away. So that'll make the deuces wild
49 runs.
all across the count.
Tonight we're at 4. So we got some work cut out. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down for Austin
2-2.
Gurney, who's already got a couple rounds.
Gurney hits it on the ground. Over to first.
Looks like a
They'll underhand to Page. He'll make the step. And that'll stop the scoring effort. 2 runs come across. And is now a 17-13 game.
get a couple more, and they open up a 17-13 lead. No, I'm good. The Sox will try to cut into it when we come back to the bottom of the 6th inning on Access Now Sports.
So this is an opportunity for us to not only get some of these volunteers on the field, but president of the you also to say a few words, present
I'll have
yourself
what you're
in
having.
appreciation.
I trust your judgment.
I've lost 6 pounds already.
These are just a few of the faces that it takes to run our game every night. I don't know the exact number of volunteers we need on a per game basis, but I'm sure it's 20 to 25 for sure. We got anthem singers, we got people selling tickets, 50-50. Everybody you see up in the press
6th inning festivities at the ballpark. Not the full moon that we suggested, but a beautiful shot
It takes really
on this first week of July in Saskatchewan. Hope you're enjoying the game here on Canada Day week. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, our good friends south of the 49 watching on the Access Now app. Hope you're enjoying the game here on the eve of the 4th of July weekend. Coming up in the United States. We see that pitching will stay the same for the Millers, who are on their 4th run of the game. We'll try and get them through inning number 6. They're going to face the Sox. Bottom of their order, 8, 9, and 1 hitters. Ian Mons, the center fielder, Matthew Fox, the shortstop, and then Jacob Steele, the second baseman, all due up here in the Sox home half of the 6th inning. And it's an important inning because runs have not been out of premium. So they're going to stay in contention in this track. 0-run inning.
Now it's back to the bottom. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up Ian Montez will dig in for the Red Sox. 2 runs come across in the top of the 6th. And this is a 17-3 Moose Jaw lead.
But it makes everyone, the pitchers, the batters, the coaches, the fans in the stands, the broadcasters feel just a whole lot more comfy. Showing 24 Celsius.
Righty on lefty, first pitch, swung and a miss from Mons. This is the first offering from Unic, is for a strike.
Second meeting of the year between the Miller Express and the Red Sox.
And as it stands, the Red Sox will fall 0-2 to the season series in the dubbed Trans-Canada Clash. For those of you who don't know, Regina and Moose Jaw separated only by Highway 1, often known to as the Trans-Canada Highway. Here's one that's going to go foul.
Over on the deck. No, just a little bit wide. Millers are the defending West Division champs, losing in the championship round to Okotoks 1 year ago. And since the WMBL started in the year 2000. First 19 years as the West
0-2.
Baseball League.
Off the mound and into center field. And ladies and gentlemen, Ian Mont has his first base hit as the Regina Red Sox. Now it's Matthew Fox coming in looking to drive him around.
Good to see if you're a Red Sox fan. Mont's get the first one out of the way. Now you can kind of settle in.
Here's a ball hit into fair territory. Looked like it was going foul, but it'll stay fair. And the second baseman, Wallachuk, makes the catch. To the top, it's Jacob Steele. He is 0 for 2. Sack fly RBI and a walk. Mont's going. Throw down from a knee is into center. And Montz will run for third on the missed throw.
So 1 out, man on third. And Jacob Steele will continue with his at-bat.
Pitch was called a ball, so it'll be 1-0.
Down by 4.
Red Sox handed a bit of a gift there.
Still have
Runner on third with 1 out, and this is RBI time if you're Jacob Steele.
Steele hits this one over first base, and that'll bring him a run. Mont scores. Second RBI of the day for Steele. It's an RBI base hit. And now it is back to a 3-run game, 17-14 for Raphael Jackson. And you get this feel that despite the score, despite the roller coaster of a game it's been, as Steele's going to take off on the wild pitch.
Raphael's been kind of a spark plug.
But I was saying, it feels like the Red Sox have this still belief that they can win it. Like they're still pushing, even despite Moose Jaw scoring 17, which still sounds crazy to say in a competitive baseball game.
Yeah, and it's just simply because runs are coming in abundance tonight on both sides. There'd be no reason to believe that you couldn't score, that you'd stop scoring at all.
Jackson hits this into right, but it's right to Gurney. Steele will tag at second. Throw comes in from third, and it's safe by maybe half a second. A fantastic throw from Gurney and right, but an even better jump from Jacob Steele. Jackson Searing comes in after Steele slides into third.
Safe from here to Dallas.
Searing has yet to be retired. 2 walks, a hit by pitch, and a hit.
2 away.
We'll get time called here and a mound visit.
And the batter is Jackson Siren.
There are 2 people getting loose in the Miller Express pen. Should worst case scenario happen, which ironically worst case scenarios happen multiple times over.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't been how you draw it up as a coaching staff, that's for sure. But you know, you like to see your team battle, and on both sides they're finding ways to score runs after giving up runs.
First pitch in the dirt. Now Searing is pretty dangerous, so giving him anything over the plate, anything easy to hit, would spell catastrophe. 1-0 in the dirt, and again a good block from Soto.
Be interesting to see how long this pitcher lasts. He starts losing batters.
Well, they've got 2 guys going in the bullpen there for Moose Jaw. Red Sox have 1 scheduled. So both teams are
It looks like Soto got
prepared to come in with some
a little beat up from that ball in dirt.
Yeah, came off a piece of him.
I guess once in a while that's okay. Deal with that. They deal with that.
As darkness comes upon Curry Field and the half moon arises just above right field.
Since the 3rd inning.
Here comes the 2-0 to Searing.
Just wild. Oh, that's
And it's going to go right off the elbow.
the second time he's been bumped tonight.
And Searing is hit by a pitch for time number 2, and this has been another odd trend of this baseball game.
He's had 5 at-bats.
Yeah, you kind of see how careful they're trying to be with Jackson there. You know, job doesn't get any easier with Seward hitting behind him, so it's not like you can kind of avoid
Now
a
the
good
weird
hitter in this situation.
thing about Searing is he has been hit by a pitch 5 times, now 6. So an oddly high number for a guy who doesn't exactly crowd the plate.
Yeah, and that just kind of comes back to how careful pitchers are trying to be around them. And, you know, like it's one of those things where, like, if you're going to miss in. I think don't leave it out over the plate. And so because of that, you know, he's going to end up wearing his fair share.
Where's one there for Seward? He's yet to be retired. Looks at a first pitch ball to the outer part. Still 2 out.
Boy, they get this guy on.
5 batters have come across. Seward is number 6.
Run at this point. Crazy that I'm even talking about that in the 6th inning.
Swing and a miss there from Seward. I should say came up to bat, rather. One. Runner going, that pitch inside, so Searing will get the stolen base.
Runner at third base, so it's now 2 men in scoring position with 2 outs. So Siring's at second, Steele's at third. Seward
Now a
is
base
the
hit puts Regina within 1.
Here's the 2-1. Yeah, it's in the dirt.
chase. He's not going to chase that. He's ahead of the count. Maybe if you have him on 2 strikes, you might get him out.
And so you're in a little bit of a hairy situation now if you're Moose Jaw. And you have to think to yourself, do you even throw to Seward?
If they put Seward on, bases are loaded.
Loading the bases for Riley Bender would be a decision, but they're going to catch a break. This is popped up into center. Under it is Edwards, and they won't have to worry about it. Only 1 run comes across in the bottom of the 6th, and we'll come back with inning number 7 after this.
So the Red Sox get 1 back, but they trail 17-14. The 7th inning is next.
these two?
What's your name?
We got the chicken fingers, we got the freezies.
No, not this one.
Leo's already getting a cold rush. Set for the top of the seventh
No,
inning.
it wasn't with the ones that
Hoping to get into the stretch.
we can do another.
Keeping it
It's
a
gone.
3-run deficit.
Is it in? Did you put it back in there?
Fireworks galore in the first 3 innings. It was really a 9-run third inning.
Extra large.
Both teams have had to do it. They've brought 13 runners to the plate. Not very often do you see a thing like that. I haven't even checked. This is the highest scoring game in the season for the Sox. I bet you it probably is. You're going to get these kind of things. But they are few and far between.
Getting there. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Boy, I don't think we've seen anything like this. We're at 31 runs combined. And there's one night that was 22.
Moose Jaw coming up for the top of the 7th. It'll be Eduardo Sanez. Only been put down once. Still on the verge of that non-hit cycle. Just waiting for that fielder's choice. He'll have to wait a little bit there as he leads off the 7th. A walk, a hit by pitch, and an error is how the third baseman is reached.
No, 23.
Righty on righty here against Aiden Page. First pitch misses for a ball.
We are into uncharted waters, my friend.
31.
I'll bring this other one up here.
And of course, we're hoping for more. Otherwise, the Red Sox don't win.
That's right. Make it a little more interesting.
Infield, outfield's normal depth, no shift. That hits on the lower part for a strike.
Thank you.
That umpire is not kidding around. The 1-1 for the Moose Jaw batter, Edward Sands.
And just blowing it by Sands Page for strike 2. So Page working into another inning. His longest on the season is 4. This, if he's able to complete this, he will have gone 4.
1-2.
Missing just a bit low for ball 2.
I think most of the calls have been pretty good tonight.
And even to this point, Page has done a really good job of stabilizing the situation for Regina.
Don't give me that robo
2-2. On the ground. Bender makes a play. Has to leap across the diamond. A beautiful throw is made for out number 1.
A nice little play by Bender there. Coming across his body, throwing on the run. It's not an easy play to make by any means.
So that worked out. Harry's been handing out the errors tonight. Over to say hi.
Jackson Yeager comes up. 2 strikeouts, a pop out, a hit, a run back in the 3rd, excuse me.
Harry probably looked the same then as he
0-1.
he hasn't aged a bit.
Righty on righty. Swing and a miss there, and quickly Page up 0-2. Now we'll see if they've truly improved and they can capitalize on the count.
Yeah, that slider's dancing for Page tonight. It's been nigh unhittable.
If the Sox can get one more big inning, they could really do it.
3
There it is
pitches,
again.
3 strikes, and it's another put away for Aiden Page.
Now you see it, now you don't. Tanner DeGrazia with 2 will draw in now.
It is Tanner DeGrazia, who's 2 for 4. 2 hits, 2 runs, a RBI, and a stolen base. First pitch misses for a ball.
Aiden
Long wait here from Page. Now the pitch. Down in the dirt.
Seventh inning stretch. You always hear that Michael Kay doing the Red Yankee games when they go to extras. Free baseball, he says. Well, we go over 3 hours. It's only 3 baseballs.
In the dirt. And that's in for a strike. I just want to give a quick update around the league. If you think we've had a lot of runs in this one, well, 2 games tonight that aren't even finished have eclipsed the 20-run total for a given team. Energy City and Saskatoon have each scored 20 in their respective games. That's in for strike 2. Saskatoon up 21-4 in the bottom of the 7th against the Beavers. Meanwhile, the Cactus Rats and Brooks are up 21-8 against the Bombers, also in the bottom of the 7th. 2-2. Popped up into shallow center. Fox going back on it and makes the grab. It's a 1-2-3 inning. Zeros across the board. It's time to stretch here from Curry Field.
Probably made it look a little more routine than it actually was. A 1-2-3 inning. Time to stretch at Curry Field. The Sox within 3. When we come back on Access Now Sports.
Might have to do a whole day in the air conditioning tomorrow. Might have to do a whole day in the air conditioning tomorrow. No one allowed outside.
Stocks need a few. They don't need a whole bunch. But they need to get on the stick. We'll see if the village people will spark a rally.
Another pitcher into the ball game for the Moose Jaw Miller Express. Hurler number 5 is coming up. This is Abe Alberg, the righty from Solon Springs. Is that Wisconsin? W-I? Yeah, Wisconsin.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, my state's abbreviations aren't good. Freshman at Colorado Mesa. So it'll end the day for Nathan Unick. His stat line reads like this: 1 1/3 across 4 hits, 3 runs, all earned, no walks, and no strikeouts. Alberg has made 4 appearances on the year, only pitching 3 innings, 5 walks, 4 strikeouts, a hit, and a 3 ERA. His last appearance was a 3-0 win at Fort McMurray, went 2/3 of an inning, allowing a walk, a strikeout across 4 batters. Hero to lead off against Riley Bender. Hits that one right back to the glove for strike 1.
They get crowds. They get entertainment.
Still a pretty strong crowd here in Curry Field. Was a hot one on the top. Never got to mention it because both teams decided to unload the clip. 0-2 is Bender now, down 0-2.
One of the hotter days in Regina, you'll see
When we have the screen monster.
my car read 40 degrees in the driveway at 2 o'clock today.
Stadium, I'm not so sure. I'm not sure how much I really love it.
And that is 40 degrees Celsius for all our viewers down south.
That's got to be like 110,
Something in
something in there.
Swing and a miss from Bender. He goes down on strikes. Here comes Brady by. He's had himself a day, hasn't he? 3 for 4, 2 runs, an RBI, and a grand slam his last time up. That has really put the Red Sox back in on this one.
And a grand slam to the big boy part of the yard, too. Right off the hitter's eye.
Brady By is next. The bat catcher. I don't think they say that in the States. It's just a catcher in Canada. It's a bat catcher. Yeah.
I'm positive.
First pitch inside on by. Temperature still at about 24 degrees Celsius.
Came from the 1890s, 1880s, where the catcher would collect the bat.
Somewhere that ended along the way.
Went out a by.
Throw the bat over for
Misses up. Ball 1.
I think it still happens at the little league.
Excuse me, ball 2. Righty on lefty.
2 balls and no strikes to Brady By.
Alberg on by. That's in for strike 1.
He is so. Boy, what a confidence booster that has.
Yeah, Brady hunting something
his batting 302.
out over the plate here. You get extended on. Maybe draw the Red Sox a little bit closer.
By swings and misses at that dropping pitch.
Got some power.
Pitch from Alberg. Has high, but swung and a miss from by. And he's got 2 strikeouts, does the reliever. Working hot out of the pen. Jordan Tucker, yet to get a base hit, but has been hit by 2 pitches and scored. He is someone that crowds the plate when he gets his stance in. Definitely has 1 foot touching the inside pane of his batter's box. 1-0. Away ball 2.
2 fairly quick outs for Alberg. You know, they kind of look for Tucker to extend the inning here a little bit and have a professional at bat. Work the count a little bit, see if you can get something you can handle.
And that's nearly in on Tucker. They'll say it didn't hit him. But he could have had the hat trick of hit by pitches if he didn't want to keep his arm attached to his body after that pitch. So 3 balls, no strikes. That's in for a strike.
Jordan Tucker hoping he can drop one into the alley.
3-1. Tucker hits a slow roller up the first base line, and it's going to be fielded cleanly by Yeager. And the 3-1 count results in a batter being put away. So we'll go to inning number 8. Still a 3-run ball game here from Curry.
Hold serve defensively in the field when we come back on Access Now Sports. Sorry, I made a big Getting you all ready for the top of the 8th inning, and oh, look at that picture. Isn't that?
It's a new pitcher.
Sunset off front plus
Pitcher number 5 for the Red Sox now coming out. It's going to be David Hankins. Aiden Page's evening is done. We'll take a look at his line right now. 2 innings across 1 hit, 2 runs, both earned, a walk, and a strikeout across 8 batters for old number 40. So for David Hankins, a righty from Katy, Texas, junior at Louisiana State Shreveport. I don't need to tell you about them for the billionth time.
This guy's from the same hometown as CFL quarterback.
Now it's Gustavo Soto.
2 balls and no strikes. A little chin music.
Swing and miss there. Hankins has a 1-1 record, 4 games played, a save, 7 innings, 8 strikeouts, 4 walks, and 4 hits. He has yet to give up an earned run. He's given up 2 unearned. His last appearance came against Medicine Hat in a winning decision, where he went 3 innings, allowing no runs on no walks, no hits, 4 strikeouts across 8 batters. So this is the guy you want if you want to keep your team in this one. So it works quickly to Soto.
Yeah, utilizing a challenge fastball right now. And just simply seeing if Moose hitters can handle it. It's 5 straight from Hankins.
And this is low, so it's a full count walk drawn from Soto to lead off the 8th. We have hit 3 hours of this game. 10:04 local time in Regina. And I'm sure when there's 31 runs combined in a game, that's pretty much a given. First pitch to Nieves' first strike with the runner on first. So it'll be 7-8-9 in this inning. Soto, Nieves, and Wildchuck. Short bunt. Throw down to first, but the slide came in pretty well, and the tag not applied in time.
Good check by Brady by there. Kind of want to keep the runner honest at times to make sure that they feel that there is a threat of a back pick.
Open up more of a double play possibility.
Bunt being shown, this one will go foul, so with 2 strikes, the corner infielders can play a little bit more back.
He's very fleet of foot too, very much a threat to steal. They will surely take the bunt off with 2 strikes here. And this one
Here's one hit into right center, and that'll drop for extra bases. Soto will take a look around third and come in to score. It'll be an RBI triple for Andrew Nieves.
And another run comes in to score. It's now 18-14 for the Miller Express as Soto crosses home plate and Andrew Nieves has himself an RBI triple.
And the score is now 18-14.
With that swing, we got to get that guy on birdies and bogeys.
Now it is up to Ben Wallachuk to continue the inning.
Is there a Rider game on Sunday?
1 ball and no strikes to the batter. This is the number 9 hitter Ben Wallachuk.
1-0. Lined into left for a base hit, and that'll make it 19-14. Nieves will score, and it's 2 straight RBI hits for the Millers.
And it's now 19-14 to the Miller Express.
The league website is the official schedule. If you go to the WCBL website.
And Walchuk's at first for Thomas Soto. Runner goes by, throwing down. It's in time. Tag applied, and he's called out. A good throw there from Beatty by. And that'll be the first out of the inning.
Not a good throw.
That was a high throw. That's all he needed. Just get there because such a late
You know, and I feel like he was giving the safe signal before he was even on the base yet. Would it help to just focus on just, getting down, get your slide, and then worry about all that later? Does he really think he's going to convince Elmer that he's safe because he's signaling safe?
I think they called it already. Here comes the 1-1. Swung on and missed. Strike two.
He needed it in a big, big way. So the bases are empty once again. Millers already have 2 across in the top of the 8th inning and a 5-run lead.
Swing and miss there. That's strike three. And Soto goes down.
Good slider there by Hankins. That's that kind of back foot power slider to the left-handed hitter. Just a tough read for a left-handed hitter.
Now it's Williams Edwards. 6th time through the lineup. He's got a grand slam, a hit by pitch, a sacrifice fly, RBI, and a pop out to short. All in this game. First pitch is for a ball. Regina just looking for one last chance to get back in this one. Slow roller over to Bender, fields it cleanly. Throw across the diamonds in time for out number 3. So the damage is kept to a minimum, but 2 runs come across, and this is a 19-14 ball game, bottom of the 8th.
The Red Sox down by 5 and still have 6 outs to work with here on Access Now Sports. What's that? He hosts the bingo. Every time I see that guy, I think of Access Now TV bingo. My wife and I are now hooked. Saturday night. I feel like that's the best spot. You're up in the greens. Nobody's earning their stripes up there tonight. They'll be doing rain and sleet. So, whose shoulders will this ride on? Ian Mons, Matthew Fox, and Jacob Steele. At least here in the 8th inning. Not quite down to brass tacks, but we're getting very close. I'm trying to see what other games, see if there's any other records that we can set.
And welcome back to Curry Field. Final 6 outs for the Regina Red Sox. Ian Mons, Matthew Fox, and Jacob Steele all due up their 5th time through the order. I guess it'd be number 6 to the top for Steele. 5th time for this man, Ian Mons. He got his first base hit his last time up of the season. Struck out twice, reached on error, and scored. Also has a stolen base. First pitch misses for ball 1, much to the displeasure of the Millers dugout.
As they should be. They've got some sweet merch. I mean, my loyalties to the Red Sox would prevent me from ever.
Swing and a miss from Mons for strike 1. So if the Red Sox are going to want to take this one, they'll have to eclipse the 21 mark at the moment.
Brooks is down 21-8 to Energy.
Yeah, and right now you're just looking for base runners, any form or fashion.
Rats are chewing right through Brooks.
If you're a Red Sox fan, you don't really care how they get on base. You just want to see them on base. extend an inning.
But none of those games
Give yourself a chance in the ninth.
33 runs. And this one's still somewhat in doubt.
1-2. That's away.
Sure. Yeah. So this character here, stronger ties. Oh, the bottom of it's 86 and 7. I think mechanically, he stayed on the mound a little bit longer. He gained some more velocity.
Swing and a miss from Monty goes down on strikes 3 times this evening. Now it's the 9-hitter and the shortstop Matthew Fox, who does have a double and a run scored today.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing a lot more heat late in the game than we did early in the game.
Yeah, it's that part of that.
So Matthew Fox is next.
Righty on righty.
Round out the bottom of the Sox order.
And the pitch from Alberg is foul back. Oh, 1. Alberg sets and looks in. Fox swings and misses at that absolute heater of a fastball. 0-2. The 0-2. And oh man, the catcher Soto thought he had it.
Yes, he
was
did.
getting ready to throw that one all around the horn, but he is only denied by Jody Dwyer, our home plate umpire.
Yeah, you don't see an animated movement like that from a catcher too often unless he is very certain.
And the pitch.
This one gets away for ball 2.
Just a bit outside.
Not sure he's trying to throw it. Got a little stick in your hands. Crowd is still on a little bit, but it's still good.
Yeah, still, yeah. No, definitely.
2-2.
2-2.
Misses away once more. Soto wanted it, tried to put it in a good spot, but Dwyer not having it in the count full.
Kind of get the sense that the Sox are just thinking if they could get 1 or 2 here, they feel a lot better about their prospects.
Wow, they need to get on too, right?
Kind of a tall order to expect them to get 6 again.
In the dirt. A good play from Fox, able to run the count full and earn himself a walk. To the top of the order for Jacob Steele is an RBI hit, a stolen base, a walk, and a sacrifice fly RBI. Check over at Fox at first. That was really close.
I'm thinking more Steele. Just get him in scoring position.
You have to think that
Maybe a little too risky, but at the same time you're down by 5.
there's probably a likelihood that they're not running. So as a Moose Shot team, you probably don't want to throw that ball up the field and give away free bases.
True. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's the first pickoff attempt of this game. I haven't seen one today.
That very could well be true.
I guess when pitchers are struggling to find the strike zone, you're not going to take a risk at first.
Yeah.
0-1.
More preoccupied with the hitter.
It hits for strike 2.
No balls, 2 strikes to the batter, Jacob Steele.
And another check over. This one a little closer, but no cigar. The 0-2 to Steele. Misses inside. And that's in for strike 3, just out of the reach of Steele. Out number 2.
A tough pitch, 1-2 slider in the outer third. We'll see if Jackson can extend the inning here for the Red Sox.
Raphael with a RBI double, walk, and a sacrifice fly.
1-0 the count to the hitter, Raphael Jones.
Shout out to Melvin. We're still close now. It's probably 30 years. Melvin, Miners baseball tournament.
1-0.
Should be nice if we had him back in this league.
Alberta long look in from the stretch.
Didn't work out.
Fouled off.
Would be nice if we could somehow find a pot of cash, build a Stellar Park in Yorkton, and then just sell like, I don't know, like a 6-game pack, a Melville 6-pack or something. Go play in Melville and you can kind of merge the three. And people watching in Yorkton are saying, not a chance, we don't park.
Check over to first, non-time.
Lucia seems very preoccupied with the runner on first here, despite being up 5.
And with 2 outs.
Yes.
Interesting call. Jackson hits this one into right. Going back on in his gurney, and he can't make the catch. It's going to hit the wall. Fox will take the turn around third. Jackson will go into second. Throw will not come in. And they're up to 15. It's just a 4-run ball game.
Good piece of hitting there from Jackson. Got an elevated fastball out over the plate. They could really turn and burn on, so to speak, and drive something into the right center gap. And really, Regina just has to scratch and claw. Find a way to turn 1 into 2, 2 into 3, etc., etc.
Two gone for Jackson Searing, yet to be put out today. Hit by 2 pitches, walked twice, a base hit, and a couple of runs to boot. Runner on second. First pitch foul. And that one hits Searing, and he's got some words for that dugout. He's got a lot of words for the dugout as he throws his bat in frustration and takes the stroll to first. 3rd time he's been hit.
Yeah, I mean, 3 times. I don't know if anyone would be happy about it, regardless if their sliders, their pitches up and into the shoulder. And he's obviously had the history with facial injuries.
And now we'll get a mound visit here for the Millers. A righty getting loose, and this could be a call to him before things get pretty ugly.
Yeah, it eventually just comes to a point where you're just tired of getting hit. Like you're tired of it.
It's just frustration.
Yeah, right. Like,
and
even if you think it's on purpose or it's not on purpose or whatever, what have you, at the end of the day, you've been hit 3 times in a ball game. You're just tired of it.
And we are keeping an eye on the umpires. No warnings have been officially issued. Not that we can see. But I'd imagine at this point of the game, issuing warnings would be a formality at a point. Unless it gets obviously malicious.
Yeah, it's so late in the game. I mean, like, you know, Lucia doesn't really want to put more runners in scoring position based on the kind of scoring bonanza we've had. But again, like I said, you're just tired of getting hit. 110 degrees outside.
Seward hits this one down for a base hit. Jackson will come around. A little bit of a bobble as Seward will stay put at first. His runner's at the corners, and it's an RBI hit for Jalen Seward. And the tying run, I can't believe I'm saying this, the tying run comes to the plate.
Seaward with that base hit. The Sox have men on the corners and Riley.
And they're going to keep Alberg out there for this at-bat. Riley Bender, an RBI hit, a run, and a strikeout. He is 2 for 5 on the day. All of this with 2 outs. Searing's at third. Seward is at first. First pitch, Bender hits it on the ground over to short. There'll be a turn to second on the fielder's choice, and that will end the inning. Red Sox have 3 more outs to the bottom of the 9th. Moose Jaw look to add some insurance. It's only a 3-run ball game here from Curry. Off here would be like maybe
Electric.
We are back at Curry Field. Proud presentation of Access Now Sports. The Regina Red Sox facing the Moose Jaw Miller Express. Joining us. 35 runs by far and away the most runs scored in any single game. Red Sox 32, we don't have the full match, but we may as well with everything that's been happening going on. Something in the water, Leo. Cody Sanger. Shock local Xander, Audi Sanger. Pitches at Okanagan College.
So the Red Sox score 2 and only trail this one by 3 runs. Once again, they'll send out Xander Udi Zenger and hope to close out this game. The 4-year Red Sox is 1-0 on the year with a 9.94 inflated earned run. 4 games, 6 1/3 innings, 5 strikeouts, 6 walks, 9 hits. Last appearance came on the 24th in a 10-4 loss to Saskatchewan. 1 inning, 2 runs, both earned, 3 hits. A strikeout across 6 batters.
And in this case here, it's critical that the Red Sox get a 0 so they can get right back on offense.
We've only gotten 3 no-run innings in this ballgame, but this would be a spot to do it. Some dangerous hitters coming up. It's Gurney, Sains, and Yeager. With Austin Gurney, the 2-home run man, who has gone quiet ever since that 2nd inning, will come up. First pitch. Outside, ball 1. This one's popped up, but it'll drift and drift and drift foul.
This video of the Mitch Wildman Williams and Darren Dalton explaining Joe Carter's home run. To win the 93 World Series for Toronto.
And you have to like the adjustment the Red Sox have made on Gurney after those first 2 at-bats in the first 2 innings.
Stay away from there. And when the pitch went, he said he knew before Carter even did it. This is over.
It's high to make it 2-1.
It's cool how they did the video.
I won't go so far as to say that they've figured him out, but they've been able to formulate a game plan to limit what he was able to do.
It was a salute to the Phillies that year because they were one of the most interesting
Inside ball 3.
Well, they had a bunch of, there were a lot of Carrigans, a lot of mullets, a lot of fatsos, a lot of veterans. Like the team had been bad for many years leading up to it, and then they were bad for a lot of years after. Just out of nowhere, it just inexplicably they had this great
3-1.
It's been a tough sportsman too.
Foul back to fill the count.
It fit the mantra of what Philadelphia is supposed to do.
It's a quality
Can't beat the Blue Jays though.
Victorious.
Black Sox. Yeah, probably. Full count to Austin Gurney.
Here's Gurney.
And he's
Lifts one into right, but it's high at the track. Searing makes the grab. It looked threatening, but ultimately harmless.
Well, because we've seen him do it already. Like the first two.
Yeah, long major league
His
fly
first
ball.
2 homers went to right, not this one.
Kind of died, eh?
Eduardo Sainz now comes up. Does not have a hit, but looking to change that. 1 out against Udi Zenger. Outside ball 1.
So Xander right now has pitched 6 innings in the league. That's 5 strikeouts.
A beautiful fastball hits for strike 1. And again on the outer part, Rudy Zenger's got himself in a bit of a groove. Just misses high. Two to Sainz in the dirt. So once again, a full count.
Yeah, important pitch coming in here. Although it wouldn't be a fatal mistake by any means. You kind of want to make this as clean as possible.
Here's a lifter over to first. Seward makes the grab. 2 gone.
And that's a great spot. 3-2 count. And you just kind of beat him inside with the pitch. Force weak contact.
And it is going to be Jackson Yeager, no pinch hitter. He struck out 3 times today, has a base hit, stolen base, and a run. Righty on righty, infield, outfield, normal depth, no shift. First pitch of the at-bat. Hit on the ground, 2-hopper over to short. Fox will turn to first. Good pick from Seward. 3 up, 3 down. Regina, what do you got? It's been a fantastic game. They'll need to eclipse 20. They need 4 if they want to take this one here from Curry Field.
Last call, happy ending time for the Regina Red Sox on this Thursday night. Needing 3 runs just to keep the line moving. I don't know if anybody has their round caps on over in that dugout. What the heck, we're just a tick over 3.5 hours. It'll be another Regina hitters, Vi, Tucker, and Moss, all hitting in the bottom of the ninth. This is where the traffic gets heavy. This is year number 4. 22. Let's do this together, Leo. 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't know. You're missing something.
19-16. That is our score. Abe Alberg still coming out for another inning of work for the Miller Express. Leading off, it'll be Brady By, and what the Red Sox hope will be a walk-off attempt. 3 for 5, a strikeout, 5 RBIs, a run, and a grand slam today. If there's anyone who you want starting off to lead a rally, it's the White City Kid. Righty on lefty. First pitch. Outside, ball 1.
Brady has had himself a good day at the office today, for sure. You'd like to see that extended here in the ninth. Get that leadoff hitter on.
Alberg misses once more. It is worth noting, a righty's been going in the pen for a very long time. So if a change does need to be made in any kind of worrisome situation, you'd imagine Moose Jaw will not be hesitant to pull that trigger. 3-0 count to By.
Now, but Brady By is 1 ball away from a leadoff walk. And this is a save situation. I think he might have been in when they got the lead.
4-pitch walk for Brady By. It's a pretty darn good way to start it. That'll bring in Jordan Tucker, but not for Alberg. There'll be a pitching change, and we'll have to hold the suspense after this on Flow Sports College.
Oh, look, everybody's all lined up.
A pinch runner. Pinch runner. Is this Nathan Priso? Okay.
Yeah, Nathan Peasy up here, right? So he's the 5th pitcher for the Millers. Yeah. Red Sox have 6. I was right. I guessed. I had no idea. Whatever it is, I got it. You don't. Hard to say. You know, he's probably riding on it. Those kids, sometimes when they're waiting for guys.
So it'll be Jordan Tucker coming up with Nathan Pizio Now pitching. The righty affiliate player in his second year as a Miller Express is 3-1 in 8 games. A save, 16 strikeouts to only 4 walks. A closer if there ever was one. Now pinch running at first, it's Jory Graves. First pitch misses for a ball. Excuse me. Yeah, I think it is Graves over at first. One 0. Hits for strike one. Pizzio long look in. Check at first. To Tucker. 1-1 and a beautiful changeup. Tucker thought about taking a hack, but he holds back to his demise.
Yeah, down the count now, Tucker has to battle a little bit. Extend the amount of pitches that the guys behind him can see. Maybe they can help figure something out and then try and scratch something across to get yourself on base.
Pizzio has 1 save this year. As Tucker holds up there to make it 2-2. He is in a save situation. A huge moment in this ball game full of them. Two. Outside. Ball 3. They'll count full once again. Well, Nathan Pizzio, what do you got? Tucker swings and misses for strike 3. And out number 1, recorded by a strikeout. As he makes his way to the dugout, it comes up to Ian Montz. 3 strikeouts, a hit, and an error, alongside 2 runs. First pitch in for a strike to Montz. Getting over 3.5 hours of this game. Inside to Montz.
Not finding a save for Nathan Pizzio, so this could be a big moment for him.
Pizzio once again a long look in. Gets the sign. Gets set. Swing and a miss from Montz.
Yeah,
and he's down 1-2.
Yeah, a little front door slider. It's a good pitch, good spot.
Forced to protect. Righty on lefty, runner on first, 1 out.
Let's see if he goes back to that pitch.
They set up outside. Pizzio lines this one, fair ball into right. Graves will round into third, and it is going to put 2 runners in scoring position. A 2-strike double for Ian Montz. And now I'll say it again, Matthew Fox, the tying run, comes to the dish. And we're going to get a quick mound visit here. No change. No one's currently throwing. I wouldn't have any more room on my score sheet to mark it down another pitcher.
Yeah, you have to think at this point that this is Pizzio's game to close out. Kind of a sink or swim situation.
Win, lose, save. It's all up to him now. Matthew Fox will dig in. 2 walks, 3 runs, and a double. A double would surely score 2. Still only 1 out. Second and third. Nathan Pizzio sets. Fox fouls that one back into the glove.
Pizzio's caused some frustration, but they've hit him and they've hit him hard. Mixed bag.
Fox gets a hold of this one, but it'll curl well foul. First base side, and he's quickly down 0-2.
And I feel like you're going to see that defensive swing just to stay alive as he fouls off pitches.
Everything close, 2 strikes, she kept the zone.
So if you're the Millers, you're probably thinking that the Pizzio is going to dial something up here that has him chasing just a little outside.
0-2. Misses away by maybe a millimeter. And Fox with the best of eyes on that pitch. The look in. 1-2. Fox swings and misses. A high changeup. Fools him. Pizzio's down to 2 outs, both by strikeout for the top of the order. This is Jacob Steele. He now represents the tying run.
So the Red Sox have actually accomplished 1 goal going into this inning, is turning the top of the lineup over. Give yourself a chance from the top of that lineup.
First pitch hits on the outer part for a strike.
Jacob Steele represents the last round. This is his
Pizzio has looked pretty good, barring that 1 double he gave up and that leadoff walk. 0-1. Swing and a miss from Steele, and the Red Sox down to their last strike. Righty on righty, second and third, no shift from the infield. Pizzio, the pitch. Inside, ball 1. What a battle. And I'm not just talking about this at bat. The 1-2. Steele pops it up. Playable in foul territory. Coming in is Yeager and Soto. The catch is not going to be made. Yeager overran it in foul territory, and it dropped to the ground. Steele stays alive. Steele will dig in. Another 1-2 on the way from Pizzio. In for strike 3. Steele caught looking. So a battle for the ages goes the way of the Moose Jars.
That is certainly one of the crazier games you'll see in this league. Like we talked about earlier, probably wouldn't read too much into this if you're either team, and you're probably not going to see a game like that too often again.
So the Trans-Canada Clash goes 2-9 in favor of the Millers. The Red Sox will look to bring it back next week in Roswell's Park. You can catch all that action on here on FloCollege. If you want to catch the highlights of any game from the WCBL, be sure to check out the WCBL YouTube channel. On behalf of my color man, Mitch McDonald, the entire Regina Red Sox organization, my name is Elliot Wagner saying so long, good night, and what a game.